All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Legendarium 10th anniversary meetup. How are you guys? That's all right. Thank you. If there's one thing I know, it's how to hype a crowd. All right. So we are starting today with a live episode. We're going to record for the next, 45 minutes or so, something like that, with Matt Woolley. So who has been listening, not necessarily since the beginning of the show, but who has listened to the early episodes of the show? Raise the hands, a few of you. Okay. Matt was our first ever guest on the show. I think technically we had somebody from FantasyCon before that, but that wasn't topical and it wasn't interesting. So you're our first ever guest.
So we could say like the first interesting guest?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so I ran into Matt in September.
Yeah.
It turns out we both enjoy excellent libations.
Oktoberfest. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
Ziggy zaggy. Oi. No? Okay. All right. So nobody else. So I said, oh, yeah, we should get you back on the show. And then it just was fortuitous. Hey, 10th anniversary. Let's bring him back. This is how I announced the end of the show because he's also the last ever guest.
And I think the first. Okay.
Wow.
Wow. A wrap. And we met when you
FantasyCon.
At FantasyCon, I was talking about the psychology of. I'm a psychologist, by the way. The psychology of fairy tales.
That's
and
right.
You were the moderator for the panel.
That's right. Yeah, moderator.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, he was our first guest. Anyway, I'm thrilled to have you back, Matt.
Yeah,
It's
thanks for having me.
really, really good of you to do this.
Happy to
So-
do it.
When we talked before, it was fairy tales, the darker the better, and kind of
Right.
talking about why it's good, not just for kids, but oftentimes fairy tales are thought of as being for kids these days, unfortunately. But, why is it okay that they're dark and violent and difficult? And so I thought a good topic for today would be, why do we as adults love bad? Why do we love villains? What is it about that draws us in? So that is the extent of my notes and preparation for this episode.
Which is more than normal.
Todd's here too.
Thanks.
All right. So, and also welcome to Am I on Camera One? Welcome to everybody on the live stream. Glad to have you guys here. I'm sorry you couldn't make it out, but hopefully this is fun for you. Anyway, we're going to be live streaming for a little while. I think the next 5 or 6 hours or so. Anyway, all right, let's get into it. I thought of this topic in large part because Drew McCaffrey and I are up on Inking Out Loud. We're doing the Acts of Cain. And if you guys are following along with our journey there, you might know why I thought this topic would be good. I won't spoil any plot points or anything, but basically you're following the bad guy. You don't necessarily realize that. He doesn't necessarily realize that, but eventually it becomes clear in the series that this is one bad dude. Okay. And yet you love him. Walter White would be a great example of that. You get tricked into cheering for the bad guy. Why do we like these bad guys? And of course, the ultimate example, the spoiler-proof example would be Darth Vader. So you brought a prop. Tell me about the Vader helmet.
Well, so maybe we need to do a little talk back about kind of some of the reasons we like bad guys, and then we can get into the Vader helmet story.
Can I get into the Vader helmet?
You can try it. My head's too big now. It's an old helmet. So I'll tell you guys about the helmet. Give it a try. It's a 2-piecer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. It's a tight fit.
That's what she said.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, there you go. He's got it. Nice.
And Craig, that is how I've always imagined you.
Yeah. That is a 1980 Dawn Post cast Vader helmet. It was intended to be like some of the Halloween costumes, and my parents bought that for me in 1980, which is also the same year that I moved from Orange County as a 5th grader to Morgan, Utah, a small little town in Utah. And to be honest, it was really kind of hard for me. And my Star Wars street cred is when I was 5 years old, my dad took me to the first Star Wars film, when it was still called just Star Wars, not A New Hope yet,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And
is this where I get to make old jokes?
yeah, go ahead, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
You're so old, it's not A New Hope. It was just hope.
It was just hope. We were hoping. Yeah. I was young at the time. I was 5. Anakin's back.
And he's horrible.
Wait a minute, you called him Anakin? Wow. Wow.
Annie. But I will say this, it was really hard for me, and I was not well liked. I don't know what anybody knows about rural Utah towns, but I owned Vans, not cowboy boots. I did not fit in at all. I was the only kid in town with a skateboard. It didn't go well for the first year or two. Eventually, I learned to love it there. So, it ended up great, and I love Morgan, Utah. However, I do remember getting really into Darth Vader at that time. Prior to that, I had been, a Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Millennium Falcon kind of Star Wars fan as a kid. But Vader started to feel really important to me, and I would wear this helmet around quite a bit. And this is all leading up to one day, there was a girl in our class, that girl that sat in the front and had all the answers. She'd always raise her hand, 5th grade.
Oh, 5th grade. Okay.
Yeah, she would just talk all the time. There you go. Yeah, and you're gonna have to move up to the front. And she drove me crazy. And I do remember thinking, if I try and believe hard enough, I can choke her. And what's funny is I was completely serious. I was so into my Vader persona that I was like, I can't stand her anymore. I hate her. I need to make her stop talking. And I was like, and I wish there had been like a CCTV back then, because they would have been like, they need to take that kid to the shrink. I was sitting there doing that, and of course, what would have been great is if she sort of coughed at one point. It would have been like 20 years of me going down that path. But unfortunately, Charlotte West, if you're out there, Charlotte, I'm sorry. Charlotte never stopped talking all through high school, actually. But that brings me to one of the reasons that I think we like villains is the power, right? I felt powerless as a little kid. I didn't want to leave my sunny Southern California, moved to snowy. On the first day of snow, my mom, who's from Los Angeles, realized that none of us had coats. None of us owned a coat. She was like, do we have hoodies? Does anyone have a hoodie? Like, there's 3 feet of snow out there. It was a big transition, and I felt powerless. Darth Vader made me feel powerful. So one of the reasons that we kind of indulge, I think, in villains is sometimes in life we feel powerless. And being able to relate to a villain, or in Jungian archetype terms, the shadow part of ourselves, the shadow is the dark side of us, right? The dark side. And that is not a happenstance for Lucas when he called it the dark side. That is what Jungian psychologists would call, like, the shadow self is the dark side of your good self, right?
So, okay, power is one
of the
thing.
reasons. Sure.
What about freedom?
Exactly, power and freedom, because the power of a villain, is you're unrestrained from the moral constraints of the world, right? Mm-hmm. So a villain doesn't have to follow the rules. I didn't want to follow the rules. I wanted to choke Charlotte. I wanted her to shut up. And you don't have to have the moral constraints if you are Magneto or Darth Vader or one of these powerful villains, right?
What do you think? Did you ever fantasize about choking people out?
Never.
That was the one way to phrase that.
Yeah.
It's that kind of show, huh?
We've just learned to ignore some of those opportunities over the years. No, I never, with Star Wars at least, I never found myself attracted to the Darth Vader, to all of those pieces.
You were too righteous.
Maybe I was too hopeful that I didn't feel that sense of powerlessness. It's interesting you mentioned moving to Utah in 1980. Mm-hmm. I moved to Utah in 1979 from the Grand Metropolis. Well, if we could have found each other. I came from Minneapolis and moved to Fruit Heights. Again, larger city to a smaller town. Yeah. And for me, but I was an only child. And so I really didn't care that much about everybody around me and fitting in with everybody around me. I had my action figures, and I told stories with my action figures,
And they were always happy.
oh no, I made sure that the villains did lots of dastardly things, and so I played that out. But I never, for me, I never related to that side. But I really did want to figure out how to do the mind trick with some of the bullies that were in school. So
Sure, yeah.
that piece
So
of
you're
it,
a Jedi. Good job.
I tried, and of course that never worked either.
Well, one of the things I think is interesting about Star Wars or other book series or film series that have archetypal characters that are very clearly good or clearly bad or a little conflicted, you know, you have the rogue and all these different kinds of characters, is for children and even young adults, we might find ourselves relating to one type versus the other, depending a little bit on what's going on in our life at the time.
Yeah.
So your adjustment to moving to Utah felt more smooth to you, it sounds like, and you felt more comfortable, and so maybe it was easier to stay in the hero role. Whereas, to be honest, it was hard for me. I was the oldest, and I felt like I had this great neighborhood in Southern California with all my buddies, and now all of a sudden I was with all these cowboy kids that were mean.
Either that, or maybe when I was in Minnesota, I was in the out crowd as well, and I just never knew that any different.
Could be
And
that,
so I found a way to deal with it myself for the entire time.
And we project kind of our own stuff into our literature, and that's another Jungian idea,
Mhm.
is that art of all types, including literature, is a projection of the artist, and then when we are consuming that art, we are connecting with that artist. So we're kind of connecting in this collective unconscious, and so reading a book or watching a film and feeling connected to a particular character is a way of connect. I'll never meet George Lucas, probably. You know, I've been banned from Skywalker Ranch.
Have you? Tell me that's true.
Wow! How'd you pull that off?
We did go to a Star Wars convention a long time ago with my kids,
What?
and there was a
You
look-alike.
can't say a long time ago.
A long time.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Far away.
Somebody's got to make
There
it
we
go.
go. There was a George Lucas lookalike in the VIP room, and we had the passes. And I'm like, I think it's really him, but it wasn't.
You had a bad feeling about that, did you?
I had a bad feeling about it. Wow, you guys are outdoing me on the puns today.
No,
but that way of connecting, it says a lot about what we're bringing to the literature that we're reading or the films that we're watching. And it's a great way to connect. I'll never meet George Lucas, but in a way I've met George Lucas because his art was projected into these film series. And I've, at different times in my life, felt like that series and those characters were important.
So, can I ask a question? Craig?
Fine.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Were you ticked off when they went through the whole redeeming of Darth Vader at the end of the last of the Return of the Jedi? Did that feel okay and natural for you?
No, I think that's another reason we like villains is because often we get backstories with our villains. They're not always without a backstory, and the humanizing of the villain helps us kind of relate to the fact that we too make mistakes in life, and everybody in this room has done things they're not proud of or wish they hadn't done, and we can be redeemed just like Anakin Skywalker was redeemed at the end of Jedi. Right?
Cool.
And so I think that the complexity of the Vader character. Also, I love the prequels, and I don't want to have an argument about it with anyone. But
you can not want all you want.
but I love the fact that after we had met Vader as this powerful villain, and then we saw his redemption piece in Jedi, then we get to go back and see this young, sweet, innocent person grow into the Vader that he was. And I think that's a projection that we have also as we look through our own lives and feel like I've been dark, I've done the wrong things, but I wasn't always bad, and I'm not always going to be bad. I think there's a redemption story there when we can humanize a villain.
That's cool.
Is there ever, would either of you say, there's ever a point where somebody is so obsessed with villains that you're like, look, let's cool it, right? Like, being good is good, you know? Like, is there such thing as too much?
What do you think, Tom?
I thank you. I would say that for me, when it becomes when the idolizing of the villain persona starts to become starts to interfere with with a person's ability to work well in social situations, I think then we've gone too far. I've seen situations where I say to myself, "Oh my gosh, I think this person is acting more like and for me it's D&D alignments. This person is more chaotic evil than I think I have ever seen a human being be in real life." And when I see that, my ability to interact with them, to engage with them goes down, and I see some real problems for their ability to interact well in social situations, to form significant relationships. It seems like there's a lot more isolation that can come from that.
Alfred said, "Some men just want to see the world burn."
Yes.
Right? The chaos.
Now we're getting referential. Nice.
Well done. Well done.
Well, I actually am a faculty member at the University of Utah, and I work in the child adolescent division. And so a lot of times it's informative to me as the psychologist to hear what characters and movies, games that these kids are really relating to. And sometimes if it is just darkness all the time, it can be a reflection of there's something emotionally not settled with that child. And it's actually a great way to diagnose need for treatment.
Well,
But that would be in an extreme case. If you're just trying to choke out your classmates in fifth grade, it's all right.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
those
yeah.
kids are well
Nothing wrong with those kids.
Well, when I moved to Kaysville, Utah, in the 5th grade,
Whoa, we're all sharing.
I was the villain.
You were the villain.
I was the villain. I had torn black jeans. Nobody had ever seen black jeans in suburban Utah before. This is not, I had like
That's true.
grungy T-shirts and flannels, and everybody was like, "This dude, clearly the villain." Turns out I just moved from Seattle in the '90s, so that's all that was.
Seattle in the '90s was a hotspot for villainy, scum and villainy.
No, I moved to Utah in the 5th grade from the West Coast.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what I'm trying to say is same.
And that's our new podcast.
We're the same.
And Craig has been trying to choke people ever since.
Again,
He did
I know this is a fantasy podcast, but
It's almost more fun to see him kind of be like, "Oh my gosh, I invited these two together. Why did I do
Right,
that?"
exactly. He's trying to keep it a family show.
Yeah.
No, I will say, so my thing, and tell me if I'm just being a raging, annoying centrist, or if there's something here. My thing has always been balance, because I was obsessed with Star Wars when I was a kid, and then there's a bring balance to the Force, and everybody's talking about balance to the Force. I was always sitting there going, "So you kill all the Sith?" That's so. Then the prequels come out, and of course, Palpatine is what he is.
Yeah.
But then all the supplemental material comes out, the EU stuff, the books, and they start getting into the philosophy of the Sith Lords. And you start reading like the Jedi Code and the Sith Code, and you're like, "There's a lot to recommend in both of these." Right?
Yeah.
Is life better as a struggle to ward away the darkness, or to incorporate darkness in some healthy way? What and what does our media? How can our media help us with that? I guess might be a question we can share.
Psychologically, I'd say you're talking about the concept of acceptance.
Yeah.
And that by not accepting unwanted things in our lives, we remain in conflict with them. Right? So if I don't want something in my life, but it is part of my natural environment, I'm going to naturally be in conflict with it because I'm trying to push it away, either literally or emotionally, psychologically. So acceptance of difficulties, problems, Sith, whatever it happens to be, in our lives, I think allows us to sort of sidestep it and coexist with the difficulties, the bad things, the dark side that's in our life. And if it's something that we do have control over, that puts us in a position of change. So if that's darkness within ourselves, the first step is actually accepting I'm not a perfectly good hero all the time. I do make mistakes. I have problems, and I can accept that that's part of me. That has to happen before I make the decision if I want to change that. And where a lot of people, I think, struggle with that is in their environment. So you were talking about both the Sith code and the Jedi code, and it's like both of those exist in the universe. If I can't accept one or the other, I'm always going to be in conflict with it. So coexistence doesn't happen without acceptance.
So we need Ryan here because he when
He
play
would be
video games
great.
and stuff, he will not play as the Empire. He won't.
No, he
No,
won't.
No, you're Luke. Oh.
I get that.
And now I'm just psychoanalyzing Ryan in his absence. Let's
And,
roll
and
with it.
he's going to be thrilled to hear about that later.
That's gonna be great.
It's interesting that as we talk about this, in my work, I spend a lot of time in HR and in training and doing some of those kinds of things. And my boss and I were having a conversation about how difficult it can be when people are white or black. They're good or evil. It's right or wrong. It's you cannot be on either side. And my boss and I were talking about it, and she's like, I live in the gray. And I'm like, as much as I want to say that I'm not, I think I am too, because there's a lot of lessons and a lot of ideas that come from the exploration of some of those ideas that provide strength, that provide resilience, that might not come if I'm always trying to be focused on just making everybody happy and making everything good.
One of my favorite phrases that I've learned in the last 10 years is all poisons are determined by the dose.
Oh, I like that.
And
Please tell me that came from a movie or a...
No, it's politics.
Okay.
Political
Never
writer.
mind. Somebody's
a-
got to write that into a book so that we can use it here.
It's a political writer that I follow. Anyway, point being, I wonder if there's something to the idea of the dosage is simply different.
I'd
The
bet
dark and the light.
I'd-
Like a little salt flavors your dish, and a lot will kill you. It's like, the Sandlot would be a great. There's a line in the Sandlot when his mom sends him out to play, and she's like, "Go make friends, scrape your knees, get dirty, get into trouble. Not too much, but a little bit of trouble,
Yeah.
right?" She's trying to help him incorporate just a little bit of that salt. That
I think
dark
he
side.
moved from Utah to Los Angeles, if I remember correctly.
Could be that.
Sandlot was filmed in Utah.
It
So,
was filmed in Utah.
Gosh, did anybody else not move to Utah in the 5th grade? Or-
Megan. Yeah, there we go.
She was the girl actually in the front of the classroom. going, I know all the answers. Because you did, Megan.
So Matt, another question that I have whenever I'm reading and or watching films or whatever, and I find myself in a situation as an adult where I'm thinking, oh my goodness, they have written the bad guys so much more interestingly than the heroes. Is that part of our unconscious desire to be able to explore some of those issues?
I think I think so. I think that the best villains are really intelligent, really, right? And so they're crafty in order to get around the rules, so to speak, and the laws or the constraints of the morality of the society. Whereas, it's the argument about, is Superman a very interesting character, right? Is he just one-dimensional? He's always doing good, and he always basically wins. He has his kryptonite, but otherwise. And so people might say, well, Batman's a more interesting hero because he's a conflicted hero, right? And he's kind of walking that line between good and bad. And then you can even go farther out and you see like the Joker. Now, the Joker is also brilliant and smart, but he doesn't have the constraints of Batman, right? And so we kind of get farther and farther into this. But as the intelligence increases, then the complexity of the character, they have to be more crafty just to beat the Superman, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I would say a lot of times we relate to that because they are potentially more interesting characters. I made a little list last night because I was thinking about who are some of my favorite villains, and one of them is Leland Gaunt. Anybody know the book? Yeah, right. So Needful Things, short story by Stephen King.
Oh, yeah.
And I love Leland Gaunt because he's so smooth and refined and crafty, and he's tricking everybody in Castle Rock into he has something that they want, and he's preying upon their greed for this, their desire for their trinket from his store. And in order to, it's always too expensive. But if they'll just play a little prank on a neighbor, then and so he creates chaos. There are all these people that are good people preying on their desire to have their their greedy thing, and it creates chaos and basically burns the whole town down.
Wow.
Now he doesn't necessarily win in the end, but he moves on to the next town. And Leland Gaunt is such a great, crafty, kind of smooth, sophisticated villain. He's one of my favorites.
There's like a black hat cowboy. Like
Yeah.
that inverse of the Western
yeah,
coming into
yeah.
town and it fixing up the town.
Yeah, he burns it down.
I need to read that.
So I'm finding this conversation really reminding me of a situation that I had. I've played in the same show. I've played two characters, one that is considered the villain, one that is considered the hero. The show is Music Man. I have played both Harold Hill and Charlie Cowell. And as I've looked at those two characters, what the conclusion I've come to is that Charlie Cowell is really the hero, and everybody hates him. And Harold Hill is really a piece of work. He is a slimy. I mean, when I
You're
played
gonna have to tell the youngins, Todd, who these people are. Just set us up a little bit.
if you saw the episode of The Simpsons with the monorail, right? Monorail. Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. And Harold Hill is this, and of course when you play him, and this was the thing that I thought about, when you play him, they don't see themselves as villains. They're just doing their thing. And when you said finding a way around the system or finding a way around constraints, it's not that they're trying to make things bad for everybody. They're just trying to get their piece of what's going on.
Yeah.
And it was interesting playing those two roles. I played them both, and then I got a chance to play them both again. And the way that informed the conversation around that was a lot of fun, because
I think perspective makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, that's a great storyline when a villain doesn't realize they're a villain. So has everybody sort of gone into that Karate Kid universe where
Cobra Kai?
Yeah,
I haven't watched
with
it.
it's the perspective of who was really the villain there.
Yeah.
Right? Who
That's
was the
been
bad
fun.
guy, right?
That's
So
been
Ralph
fun.
Macchio comes to town and takes my girlfriend away. Of course I'm going to kick his butt, right? So I mean, the perspective of who's the villain makes a difference.
And now watching the Cobra Kai stuff,
Yeah.
man, it's a very different push. The logical extremes, logical direction.
Do you guys find yourselves attracted to the stories, the retro? What's the word I'm looking for when you go back and change the story? Retcon. Yeah, the retcon stuff, like Wicked. Wicked would be the example these days, right?
Yeah.
Of kind of rehabilitating a bad guy by giving them so much context
Yeah.
that it's like, oh, it could have been anybody, right? So Ralph Macchio's character would be a great, or no, sorry, the other guy, the blonde kid would be a great example of that.
What's the
Johnny.
Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny he's like this horrible villain, and you get a sense in the original movie, but Cobra Kai really goes into, he got messed up. He's taught all the wrong things. It's not his fault.
Well, the redemption and the humanization, like we talked about, you have lots of those examples. But the retcon, where you go back and give so much context, to be honest, I do get to a point where I don't like that.
Yeah.
I kind of like a bad guy to have some badness still in him.
Yes.
And I think that helps define the hero. So that's another, I think, reason that we sort of like villains, is they serve a purpose in the narrative, whether it's a movie or a book series that we're reading, to help us know where the good is, instead of just a world of villains and negativity. So I think do you want to make every bad guy a good guy because we explained that they had childhood trauma? It's like, I don't know. At some point, it's like, can't we just have a bad guy?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, I always think about how this relates to the real world. It reflects what we believe and also informs what we believe about the world around us. And at a certain point, you have to look around and go, no, there are bad guys. There are bad people in the world who do bad things for bad reasons, and you can contextualize all you want, but that isn't going to change.
And in reality, as a psychologist, I'll have to just maybe go on the record as saying I don't think anybody's born evil, and I think children are good. But we're also not talking about reality when we're talking about a fantasy book series. We're talking about the projection of the things that human beings go through. That's why we care about characters, is they might be an exaggerated version of some of the struggles that we have in our own lives. And so therefore we do need characters to somewhat be archetypes, I think, in order for us to have balance in what we're getting out of reading. Like, why do you spend, like, how long does it take to read a book?
Depends on the book.
Yeah. Depends on the book.
Wheel of Time.
Takes a while, right?
Yeah.
So couldn't you be doing other stuff?
Absolutely.
So why are you reading a book?
Because it's awesome.
Well, what's awesome about it?
It for me, it's and this is something that I've talked about on the podcast a lot. It's the level 3 stuff. It's how do I become a better human being as a result of the stuff that I'm reading.
So you're getting your growth. You have progress, or something you're getting out of that story, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so therefore it has to be meaningful to you.
Mm-hmm. And
so there are plenty of books that I've had people recommend to me, and I get a little bit into them and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. This is horrible. This doesn't do anything for me. But I'm sure the reverse is true, where there are books that I really love.
Yeah.
And like Needful Things we brought up a minute ago, you and I, right? We like Needful Things, but I know that wouldn't be a book that everybody loves. It's what we get out of it. So I do think that the archetypal images in characters in books, I think they are important. And if we explain them away too much, then it's kind of like a naive perspective of the world. It's not very satisfying that, all the bad guys are really good guys. They just had a hard time.
But what would you say to somebody who says, who cares about satisfying? I'm not looking to be satisfied. I want understanding. I want context.
Well, that's fine. You can watch Wiki.
Watch with
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine for you.
All right. So I need some audience participation here. Your favorite villains. Okay. And Drew, we already talked about Kane, so no. You missed it. So anybody favorite villain that we haven't mentioned yet? So no. What? Loki?
Oh.
Okay. Who? Talk about rehabilitated.
I'll never go do it again.
But yeah, he's an interesting one, especially like early on in the MCU. He's definitely a villain. Yeah. Loki learns to care more about other people than himself. This is for the benefit of the live stream, by the way. Yeah, okay. All right. I like that. And Tom Hiddleston, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty straight, but that man, my gosh. Okay, so Drew mentions the Black Company. What's his name? The lady from the Black Company. Okay, all right. I haven't, so I have nothing to say about the Black Company. Chesky? Kiptan says, Shafa from Jemison. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Have you read N.K. Jemisin? Okay. We're not going to go into it. Talk about a heavy villain. That is... Oh, okay. Moving on, because I just can't. I can't. Well, anybody else? Favorites? No? Okay, that was a Prince Humperdinck from The Princess Bride. Humperdinck.
I'm not listening.
Do you guys have like all-time favorites?
Mycroft Holmes.
Ooh. Is he
I
a
see
villain?
him. I see him as a villain. I don't see him played as a villain in the current iterations, but I've seen him as a villain. Villains for me try to stop others from accomplishing their own ends and try to get people to do what they want because it's what they want. And when I've read some of the things earlier, certainly not in the most recent iteration by the BBC, but in some of the other iterations, it feels like Mycroft was just constraining and holding back Sherlock, trying to get Sherlock to leave. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Nice.
Moriarty's obviously a villain, but I really think Mycroft.
Okay, fair enough.
Bad guy.
Red, what do you got? De Winter, yeah, that's a great one. Three Musketeers. Yeah, I love that one. Got one, John? What? Magneto. Oh, hey, talk about your conflicted villain. The Fox movies from 20 years ago did I think a great job of the conversations between the hero and the villain, and kind of making you go, oh, the hero isn't always super heroic, and the villain kind of has a point sometimes.
Very much so.
He's a really good one. My favorite has to be Saruman.
Mm-hmm.
I am who I am.
I'm kind of surprised by that. Yeah,
What?
can you explain? No, I'm kidding.
Explain if you
Everybody else got it.
yeah, no, I love. I do love Sauron as a villain just because he just is a malevolent force. And then once you get to know him in the Silmarillion, you're like, oh, so he doesn't think he's a bad guy. He has his motivations are at a certain level of abstraction, perfectly fine. It just falls into a level of power to accomplish what you want. And Saruman falls in love with that. We see him fall in love with that. I love reading Saruman. Okay. Anyway.
Matt, what about you?
Oh, we did
Darth Vader.
Well, I've mentioned a few. I really love Leland Gaunt as one of my favorites. I love Darth Vader as a kid. I really loved the Joker and the chaotic nature of the Joker. One that I started to like a lot more as I've been older is Mr. Glass in the Unbreakable series.
Yeah.
I think that's the intelligence part of Mr. Glass, and also in a similar way, he has an agenda that he thinks is good, but he's going about it in kind of a manipulative and selfish way. And I just think overall he's kind of an interesting character. There are a lot. I am a psychologist, so Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, yeah. So, did you watch the series?
So I've watched the series. I've pretty much watched everything and read everything that there is about Hannibal.
Red Dragon, the book.
Yeah, fantastic book. Yeah,
unreal.
Amazing. So. And again, I think I'm drawn a little bit to kind of the villain that uses their intelligence. Seems to be an attractive piece to me. As I've been older, when I was younger, it might have been more like Darth Vader, who uses the Force, that sort of thing. Palpatine's always a great one because he doesn't have a redemption story. He doesn't, and he's the first that we saw to use Force lightning, and he just wants to rule.
Yeah,
and so he kind of stays in that realm of kind of just maintaining. He is who he is, and we didn't have to learn that he had a hard time in second grade or
fifth grade.
Fifth grade. That's right.
No, I love Palpatine watching the Emperor over Vader. Because there's something about a pure villain.
And
although I was going to say, there are times when there's a type of villainy that people who listen to our First Law episodes know that I don't love, and that's the puppet master that is so omni-efficient or omni-capable that he's able to manipulate the entire galaxy, and it just leads us into.
Does that feel hopeless to you? Then?
What it feels?
Why do you like that?
Well, getting into real world stuff, I've just learned to become very, very wary of conspiracy theory. Sometimes it's fun. There are fun conspiracy theories out there. Don't get me wrong, but it's gotten out of control, and I don't know about tracing it to that, but I see reflections of that in some of the villains that we like to watch, and I don't care.
Yeah, interesting.
All right, so I never get to do this because we never get to do these live, but any questions that you want to throw our way as we're kind of getting ready to wrap up in the next few minutes. So you can think about it. People on the live stream can think about it. We got some more favorite villains. Ben Stiller. That was Ben Stiller in Dodgeball. That's I would actually say Ben Stiller in Heavyweights, superior villain, but excellent choice. What is that from? Oh, okay. From Invincible.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
What do you... Hogfather. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. What do you got, Johnny?
Oh, okay. I can see that.
I never did read those because I loved Narnia so much that I was like, I don't know if I want to. Like, I don't want anti-Narnia in my life. And then by the time I got around, like, I had it in my hands, and I think I was like 28 or something at the time, and I was like, that's too late. The HBO series. Yeah, I've heard that it's. I've heard mixed things, I guess. I do love a bit of James McAvoy. Okay, did we have any questions, comments, things you want us to address before we wrap up and do some final thoughts? You guys are so freaking shy. You're all a bunch of nerds. You're my people. You're my people. All right.
Let me ask them a question.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody's familiar with the hero's journey,
Mhm.
Joseph Campbell, and that idea of the progress that a hero goes through from being young and naive to ultimately becoming powerful. And we can even see the hero's journey in things like Hansel and Gretel.
Mm-hmm.
We want to go back to fairy tales. So what role can a hero have a hero's journey without a villain? What are your thoughts?
Opposition in all things it requires. Well, okay, but now we get into the question of, does it require a villain, or like the way people talk about, you have racists and then there's structural racism, and it's more nebulous and hard to define, but people who see it, right? So maybe, do you need a villain, or do you just need a villainous setup for your hero? Sometimes. Environmental conflict, says Drew. And Johnny, I think I cut you off. Earthsea.
As a
Okay, so you need Ged to have the hero's journey in Earthsea. Okay.
I guess when I think about the hero's journeys that I read and the ones that capture my attention, it's easier when there is a villain, when there's a single Darth Vader. I was really mad when they redeemed him. I was really upset because I liked
tell
him.
when you asked that question.
I liked him as a force of irredeemable badness, because it made things very, very clear. But I also recognize that in some of the stories that I've enjoyed more as I've grown older, they are less about the person and more about the forces that we all get caught up in and the roles that we play. That individuals sometimes play the role of appearing to be a villain when the reality is they're trying to work something else different. There's no real heroes. There's no real villains. But that doesn't mean that the individuals don't see themselves as playing out the hero story in their own situation.
Yeah.
And Jesse? Oh, we've got another comment online.
I would say hero. As a hero without a villain. A lot of cozy guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right. Okay. So Chesley's talking
Overcoming your
about
shadow self.
Yeah.
hero versus self.
Does that make the shadow self the villain?
It could be, I think.
Well, aren't there stories out there of not that, but there is a hero and a villain, and in embracing the villain and accepting the villain, it negates the villainy.
Fight Club?
That's one way to go.
That's one of my favorites.
I like
I
Fight
love
Club.
Fight Club. I
We don't
would
talk about
say
Fight Club.
we don't talk. Yeah,
One of the
I don't
few
know
examples of the movie being better than the book.
Yeah, I did read the book and I was a little disappointed. The movie was great. I would say that goes back to what Joseph Campbell talked about when he became more of a guru later in his life and kind of spreading his teachings about finding your bliss, was overcoming that. Everybody is the hero in their own hero's journey of life, right? So you can project yourself into that pattern. And it is the dark side of ourselves that we're overcoming as we strive towards our bliss, which is becoming the more powerful connection with your actual self at the end of your journey. And that kind of goes along with Eric Erickson's 8 stages of life development, if you want to go that path. But I don't think you have to have a villain. I think it's more satisfying to have
Yeah.
a really good villain
Yeah.
because then it's clear and you can. I think that's, for me at least, more satisfying, but maybe not as nuanced as life really is, because the way life really is, the villain that we're battling is often that shadow archetype of ourselves more than.
So can I reframe your question then? Because you said, can you have a hero's journey without a villain? Can you have a hero without a villain? Can you have heroism without villain? Whether it's internal or external.
Yeah, that's a great way to ask that question.
Mhm.
I would say you can't. Personally, I feel like one doesn't exist without the other, and one helps define the other, but they may not be as concrete as an actual character.
Yeah.
It might be aspects of our own human tendencies, right?
Right.
Selfishness is often a core aspect of any villain in a character in any story. They're selfish, and now they may not see it as selfish, but they're striving for their own agenda.
Mm.
But how many of us struggle with our own selfishness? We all do, right? And so, yeah, it gets a little more nuanced than a clear-cut character. But clear-cut characters are more fun.
One of the reasons I love the Wheel of Time so much, and reason number 8 of 8,000, is that yes, you have heroes and you have villains, and those are pretty clear cut in that story. But when you start talking about the mythology behind the Wheel of Time and the Aes Sedai symbol and all that stuff, it's a yin yang symbol. It becomes clear that he was talking more about opposition than necessarily good versus evil all the time.
Yeah.
And so his whole thing, and this is Robert Jordan being Robert Jordan, was always men versus women. He was obsessed with, he's like a stand-up comic in the 80s. That's all his material was men versus women, right? But his whole point was these forces are opposing, and in opposing each other, they drive the Wheel of Time. Something like that. Drew, am I making you roll your eyes? It's something along those lines.
I wasn't very.
He said with an eye roll.
Yeah. All right, Chesky, what do you got for me?
Or ask your favorite type of villain motivation for storytelling.
Oh.
I think I did my least favorite. I don't like the Puppet Master as much. Sometimes it works. There are exceptions to every rule, but as a rule, it's not my favorite type. You've stumped us. Wow. Nice.
I think my most favorite is domination. Craig, just because your brain is in the gutter, okay, everybody's brains are in the gutter. That's not what I was talking about.
You are a villain.
I probably am.
He said with a wink.
Yeah,
You are a villain, aren't you?
a wink and a nod. Wink is as good as a nod to a blind bat. I like when that kind of conquest is the primary driver, because that gives a very easy space for the villain to see themselves very unclearly, but everybody else to see them clearly as the villain. And so it makes for really fun storytelling, I think. And I think my least favorite are when they are, I struggle with I'm doing bad things for good reasons for the people around me. I struggle with that.
Did you watch Breaking Bad?
Yes, I did.
Did you make it through the whole thing?
I made it through most of season 1, parts of season 2.
Okay.
And then I caught
Earlier-
pieces along the line.
We were making fun saying if Brandon Sanderson ever tried to read Matthew Stover, that wouldn't be interesting or surprising. It would be surprising if he ever finished Matthew Stover.
Yeah.
Todd, you're the similar thing. It's like if you started, I'm not surprised you started, but I would have been shocked if you finished.
There were some moments where I was like, oh boy, yeah, I can see where this is going, and this just is not.
It's rough. Yeah.
It doesn't resonate with me. It doesn't work with me, and maybe it's because it feels too real.
Yeah. Well, did you have an answer for this one?
Yeah. Well, weirdly, I think I don't dislike any of them. I think the one that makes me the most uncomfortable is the one that just wants to create chaos.
Mm.
But I don't dislike that. Like the Joker just wanting to make things crazy. I think that's an uncomfortable place because it feels out of control if you're reading it sort of from a hero point of view. How do I deal with this? But I mean, you said dominate. I was thinking control, same kind of idea. And I actually do like the villain who thinks he's or they're doing the right thing and they're misunderstood. Like like the Walter White kind of character. Like, I deserve this. I should be able to have what I want to have. I think they all create a space for the hero to come in or for a person to rise to the level of hero. And I think that's one thing I really like psychologically in a book is when a character finally steps up, somebody who's hesitant and they finally step up to take on the villain. And so I think all of those kinds of villains are really interesting to me. But as I was trying to think about it, do I dislike any of them? I don't think I do.
Interesting.
Maybe that says something about me.
You are. There is a darkness within you, Matt. All right. Well, let's go ahead and call it there. Unless there are any final thoughts or questions, I don't see any hands, so we'll call it there.
Can I say one final thing?
I was just
have
about to
one
ask
note.
for final thoughts.
Okay.
Matt. So why don't you just calm
Because
down?
I made notes. I can't.
But take your notes and go. Just calm.
Because it's going to be 10 years before you invite me back, so I've got to get it out. Because apparently I have to run into you at the beer garden in order.
What do you
to
want
get
to say?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun. Actually, I had a great time last night talking with my boys about their favorite villains. And we've just had a lot of fun thinking about it and talking about it. But as a psychologist, there's one other motivation in it. I think the reason why we like villains, and this is very psychological, a villain can be very cathartic.
Yeah.
We're full of frustrations in life. Life frustrates us. Things don't always go our way. Work, relationships, finances, everything, right? And we're always looking for a good time. Everything you do is motivated towards having a good time. But it's hard to find the good times. And so we have a lot of frustrations. And I think by relating to a villain, it's a safe space to kind of get that out, to be cathartic, to get rid of our frustrations. And you can close the book and feel relieved, or you can walk out of the theater feeling a little lighter because the villain did all the bad stuff and you just kind of lived through them cathartically and vicariously for a few minutes. And so I think that's a big reason why people love villains, is because it's a way of releasing all our tension without doing anything bad.
Mulling. And I will be mulling on that for a while. I'm not sure I have a good response to that because Drew is looking at me like,
Yeah. I like it though.
Because it's thorny for me. That's the word Drew used. It's thorny for me because where you see catharsis, I see temptation or the potential for it. We can stick with the Walter White character. For those who don't know, this is Breaking Bad, right? So high school chemistry teacher starts cooking meth, and the motivation is, hey, I deserve these things. I'm smart. I've paid my dues, and life has screwed me over. I deserve all this. I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I want to provide for my family because I'm dying or whatever. But as the series goes on, you see the success that he has and the adventures that he goes on and the people that he meets, and all from a terrible perspective. But it can feel, maybe it's cathartic, and that's why I say I'm mulling on this. I don't know where I come down on it, but it's also, you can watch it as, if I may say, a 50-something-year-old white man, and think to yourself,
Well done.
and think to yourself, well, hey, maybe it's not meth, but maybe there are things that I could do to kind of just say, yeah, screw the rules. I want my due.
So maybe we need to define the word vicariously. I think that's a key part of my comment. Is we're not actually going to go out and do it, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, maybe the less stable amongst us might take it beyond vicarious entertainment, but that's true.
But they're going to take if
increasingly like a post-good society, or
Mm.
depending on the reader, it might be something very simple from the author's point of view. They may have a hard time saying everything to write it as a villain.
Mm.
But some readers read it as, no, this guy's not a villain at all. This is
So you're saying that it depends upon our certain point of view.
That
Thanks, Obi-Wan.
right.
the very book in the Sun. He's written deliberately complicated where both knows some people are going to be Christ. Knows we see him as a work. Not going to see him as a villain. When we see him.
Mm.
Whereas, and so what it ultimately is the story about human redemption. Is human redemption possible? Some people say no. Some people say yes.
I have literally nothing to add to this. You guys are
That was a
all
great
way
comment.
smarter than me.
I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
And for those watching on the live stream, I'm not going to summarize because I can't. It was too long. I can't do it. All right. Do you feel like we've said our piece?
Sure.
I'm
Good?
good. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Well, Matt, thank you so much for coming back.
Thanks
I
for
really
having me.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
10
everybody,
years. Put it on
let's
your
give
calendar.
Matt a
10
hand.
years.
Thank
from
you.
now.
Yeah. So, 2034, we'll be back.
I will see you there.
All right.
And then I'll make jokes about your 60s.
Yeah.
Yes, he will.
And I'll be still in my 40s. Hey.
Sure you will.
All right, so we're gonna take a break. Chesky, I'll have you flip us over to the wait screen, and we'll be back to the live stream in a little while for the next bit. So we'll see y'all then.
Yeah. So that's if you want to listen real quick.
Yeah.
There's a number of questions. There will be audience questions and like questions.
Oh no, that's not allowed. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have a strict fear.
Oh,
I gotta listen.
You
heard so.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so
I don't know. We might need you to just stay. Yeah.
You got it.
Common and Ryan's finishing it first. Okay, 4 rounds.
Okay. So it's gonna be 4 rounds. So there will be your questions. So how the audience question works.
Yeah.
But and the team that gets the most
I'm not gonna get any.
This game is pandering.
or above. Okay, and the sabotage could potentially so the other team has to follow it. Okay.
Wow.
So,
It sounds super complex. Just tell me what to do.
yeah.
This sounds like the kind of game show I would watch.
3 o'clock. Let's do it.
But
We are
you.
live.
Well, the other people for the-
Well, the other,
I think
the
that
only
was.
one. The
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Figure it out.
Well,
Well, practice.
You have to choose before you ask the question. Yeah. You might just
I might do that
do
later.
like you first and on next. And then you just like there's like
Yeah, then that gets the I will boot him in a minute. Okay, I guess I'm the red
Kiss me
team.
cake.
Right, I guess that makes sense.
Yes,
I got to choose. I picked blue because it looked prettier.
I will give you a bit more space.
You're between.
I guess.
I'm okay.
You on there? You on right?
It's 3 versus 1.
3 versus. Okay, that's fine. Then I just.
This is the moment that Craig gets to say for all
you might
time
wanna
it took
share my-
3
Yeah,
people to compete against me.
I'm going to sit.
Here. Okay. Thanks for announcing.
That's it. He was asking if I was participating in this.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
see.
going to sit.
All right, so I'm going to try to project a little bit better this time around, and
Did you have a
hopefully
problem
people.
with projecting?
I was feeling a little quiet in the last one. Yeah, I'm actually mildly intimidated by Matt Woolley because he's very smart.
Really?
Yeah, I was telling his lady afterwards that one of the things I actually like about having him on that I'd forgotten about is he's one of the few people I've ever had on the show who can steamroll me verbally. It's easy for me to steamroll other people, and
We all know that.
I know, and I try. But I do try. But anyway, so I was like, there were a couple times where I would start saying something, and he would just keep going, and I was like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, this is so good. I love this. So yeah, it was nice.
I held it for
So I was feeling a little quiet because I'm like, oh, this guy really, he's on it. Yeah, he's on it.
He was ready.
Yeah, he
He
was.
had notes. He meant
He
it.
had notes.
Yeah.
You know how long it's been since I've made notes? Last time that I was on a show with you.
Okay. By the
It's
way,
been a while.
live streamers can hear you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Hi.
So yeah, about that dream I had last night.
so weird.
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Let's go there.
What?
You kept falling asleep in,
In
your
my dream. Yeah.
How will it happen?
Okay, let's do it.
Woohoo.
All right. Hello, everyone. And if you don't know me, I'm Befuddled Panda. I'm part of the green team, the Legendarium. Represent. Okay. This is a trivia about the Legendarium podcast. This is a bit more than your traditional trivia. It might be a disaster, but hopefully it'll be an entertaining disaster.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Okay, so I have a couple of co-pilots with me. Chesky's going to help with the audience, and then Mr. Anderson will help with the scorekeeping. So how is this going to work? By the way, for the panelists, your questions are going to be up here.
Oh,
okay.
FYI.
All right.
You have whiteboards. You're going to write your answer on the whiteboard. And for the team of 3 versus 1, the 3, you just take turns, each one answering a question.
Okay.
And to introduce our teams, we've got Craig Hanks, who is going to hold down his fort all by his lonesome.
That sounded awful.
I'm sorry.
Sound like being master of your
He's-
domain.
He's a little bored. It's a Saturday afternoon. I think he's gonna go into the other room and hold down his fort.
What name have you chosen, Craig?
I don't want to talk about it.
Do you need me to introduce
I need you to introduce my team.
Our dear Craig Hanks has chosen the name Hand Solo for his team name.
We just got done.
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
I just said that.
His own fault. And then on my far left here, we've got the team of 3, and you've chosen the name of
Team IDK.
Team
I don't know.
IDK. All right. There
I thought
is
it was
audience
10,000
participation.
actually.
Team 10K.
There is audience participation opportunities here, and we'll give it instructions on how you can do so. For the people who are live here, if you want to participate, you might want to hop onto the live stream on your phones if you
So
have
can
it,
get a link. There's a
so you
link,
can
right?
so you can get the link for submitting your answer.
Okay.
All right. Enough with that. Here is a trivia most legendary.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, so how to play. We've got 2 teams. You're going to answer questions. You're going to win points.
Okay, wait. Slow down. Hang on.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you for pointing at Todd when you said that.
There is a little enhancement of bonuses and sabotages. So you can sabotage. You can sabotage the other team.
We got a little echo in here.
And for the audience, when it's your turn, you will get to choose which team you want to support. You will submit your answer to the question. And then whichever team has the most correct answers, you get to choose whether you want to sabotage the other team or you get a bonus.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get to those when we get to
We'll
those.
see,
All right.
we'll see how badly he's beating us at that point.
All right. Oh. Okay. So for a test, okay,
Audience.
I'm going to give the audience a question. You can do this test and we'll just make sure it all works dandy. So
This is my contribution.
Well
Did you
done.
put the form on?
Well
I
done.
am about to put it
Okay.
in.
So live streamers, you're about to get the link. And what's the Google form or something?
Yeah, it's just a Google form.
Okay.
And so the question that the audience gets right now is, well, first you open the form, you're going to select the team you're going to support, and you're going to select your answer. The question is, what was the name of the podcast before it became the Legendarium podcast? You guys don't have to answer. Yeah, it's the audience.
Oh,
Too
okay.
bad I answered.
I was like, oh, I know this one. It's easy. I got this.
A. Craig chats. Ryan listens. B. Red versus blue. C. Stick Wars. Or D. It's always been the Legendarium podcast.
Or D, it's all relative.
All right. So
Oh,
In-
it's there.
in the chat.
Oh, and that it's not showing up in the chat?
Oh,
I know.
wait. Do you have to be a moderator to accept the
Oh.
my link?
Oh, womp womp. Panda's not accepted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The only place.
Okay. There is a backup plan. which
That's why
is-
we're doing a test question, okay?
Yeah.
So everybody calm down.
All right. I put it in the Legendarium Meetups Discord channel, and then Kip, if you can help get it on the live stream.
The live what now?
The live stream.
I heard it. I know I'm not the only one.
I said live chat.
I mean, why are you even here?
Oh, okay.
If that's what you think about this.
I can leave now.
You know what? We do this all the time.
I applaud you for your patience.
You thought this was just a persona.
All right.
You got it? Okay.
I
All right.
see the submissions coming.
I submitted.
Okay. Did that work? Can everybody see it in the live stream?
Well done.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
You know what? This is
I
honestly,
don't know
this is
why
very
it was called
legendary.
I do too.
yeah.
This is
Okay.
too.
Based on the test, I've got this. Okay, I've got it. And yes, the correct answer is C. Stick Wars. So good job, whoever got it right.
I did.
Yes. And in this case, Team Han Solo would have actually won
Wow.
Aw.
Wow.
audience support.
nice. Okay, so they get to
Forget
choose
you all.
every question that gets to choose which team to support.
Correct.
Okay.
We love you in
Yes.
spite of your bad
All right.
choices.
All right.
Bonus point if you can name why it was called.
Does anybody know why it was called Stick Wars?
Anybody know?
Ryan and
Yeah.
Craig used to
Yes.
fight each other with sticks,
Yeah.
And sometimes they still do.
and sometimes they still do.
Now they have actual life.
All right. So we're gonna do round one.
Okay.
Okay. And here's the thing. These questions are with 2 points each, and some questions may have more than one answer.
Oh man.
You do need to get all the correct answers to get the point.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. You ready?
All right, here we go. Question number 1. When
Oh.
did episode 100 air? A. December 2015. B. April 2016. C. August 2016. Or D. January 2017. Go.
Oh, that's brutal. So 100. So 100. Okay. Oh.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Write down your answer.
Picking one.
Okay,
Let's go.
what is your answer?
B.
B, April 2016, and C, the correct answer is C. 16.
Team IDK.
All right.
Takes 3 of us to equal him.
Next question. Which of these countries are in the top 5 listenership? A, Australia, B, Brazil, C, Canada, or D, Denmark?
If this were Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and I chose 50-50, I know exactly which ones you'd knock away.
That could be 2.
All right, write down your answer. Technically, it's supposed to be one per. That's fine.
We don't work that way.
That's okay. We'll be collaborative on
Yeah,
that
that's
team.
fine. It's 3 on 1.
It takes 3 of us.
Yeah, 3 on 1. All right.
All right, ready?
We
Show
don't.
me your answers. We got C and D. The correct answer is A and C.
Oh, that's right. There can be more than one.
Australia and
Ah.
Canada.
Top 5. It wouldn't have helped us anyway because we missed part of it. We should have just listened.
The others were United States, of course,
Right.
United Kingdom,
Right.
Okay.
and Germany.
Oh, in Germany. No longer Switzerland?
No, Sweden. It used to be
Sweden.
Sweden.
It used to be
I was like, I
Sweden.
knew when we were popular in that area.
It actually, this is remarkable because I don't look at the stats anymore, and so my knowledge is like
Good.
4 years out of date.
Great.
Yeah,
That's good for them.
yeah.
Nah,
Because ours is obviously 2.
No point.
No,
no
points, for anybody.
No.
Oh, you had to get both.
Yeah.
You are strict.
I know. All right, here we go.
I'm not going to say it. I'm gonna...
In 2023, which of these episodes is or are in the top 10 most downloaded? A.
Oh, this
Before
is
They
gonna
Are
be-
Hanged Part 2. B. Tress of the Emerald Sea. C. Leviathan Falls Part 2. Or D. Tropes, the good, the bad, and the fridge.
Okay. All right.
Top 10 most downloaded in 2023. This is what the people wanted to hear. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. B
B.
and D. All right. The answer is A, B, D.
Oh.
Wait, did somebody get it right? Oh, yeah.
Honestly, okay, when it comes to the Abercrombie thing, I was like, there's no way people stuck with us like into book 2 because I was pissing everybody off.
But I guess they wanted your hot takes.
I
Still
guess
have no
so.
points. Let me the deceiver.
We did 2. We got 2 points. We got the first question.
Oh, I see them there. Okay.
Right.
That's helpful. That's better. Thank
Alright.
you.
We're gonna win this 2-0.
Next question. Which podcast app is or are in the all-time top 5 listenership? This is what people listen to you on. Okay. A, Podcast Addict. B, Pocket Cast. C, Google Podcast. Or D, Google Chrome.
So
Oh.
I don't know. What should we guess?
I really should have studied for this.
It wouldn't have been fair. They don't have access.
All-time top 5.
All time.
We've guessed
What do you
last
think people listen to
2
you on?
times and we've been wrong.
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right. Show me your answers.
ABD.
ABD,
A, B.
A and B,
A and C. We get a point for me.
B and C.
C and C.
I need to be getting partials for this. I mean, come on.
And we're
And by
gonna
the way, are people submitting forms? Am I getting help?
not yet. Not yet. It's not an audience question yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Because I was going to say, y'all seem worthless, but now I know why.
Which we're gonna say
And he's
goodbye
the
to
one you're
Google
supporting.
Podcast.
Yeah. Keep that in mind.
All right.
Okay. Oh, which one?
Which
is-
episode is the all-time most downloaded? A, The Way of Kings Parts 1 and 2. B, Words of Radiance Parts 1 and 2. C, The Eye of the World Part 1. Or D, The Name of the Wind number 1. And if you didn't know, this would only have one answer. Yes. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. We got a B and we got a C.
Don't tell me.
Answer
A.
D.
Is it really A?
Wow. Wow.
So what we've learned is I'm never gonna be right. Except for that one time.
Except for that one time when you were right.
Honestly, a lot of people found you guys through Cosmere.
I
and-
know,
and
but
Stormlight Archive.
right. If that's new since I looked.
Well, you should look again.
You're right.
Wow. I like you, Panda.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Audience time.
Oh,
Hey,
hey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
I want to point out that, after the last episode that we just did with Matt Woolley, it's okay to be attracted to helping out the bad guy. Like
No, it's
it's
not.
cathartic.
No,
it's cathartic. Okay.
It's cathartic to watch him get beat. So help us out.
All right, audience. Here's your chance. You're gonna choose who you're gonna help. So please refresh or click the link to submit another response. It's the same form, same link.
Same link.
Just refresh or click submit another response. You should see now it says 8.1.1 for the question. Are you ready for your question? All right, here we go. What does LOL stand for
Forget this.
in
I'm going back to the
Legendarium
audience.
speak? A.
Oh, those answers.
Yeah.
Loud.
Me too.
B. Ladies of the
I can get
Legendarium.
this one right.
C. Living on Life.
I need a point. I need a point. I need a point.
D.
I need a point.
Legends of the Legendarium.
Okay, so all right.
Well, you only get a point.
Don't tell me what to
They
do.
vote for you.
If they get good answers and they vote for you, you get the point.
Oh, this isn't me.
Yeah.
No, this is not you.
No, we know this one too.
I know we're all.
I don't
excited.
like my chances now. I was so much more confident before.
All right, I'm closing the polls for the audience.
Wait, oh, speaking of polls, where is Ken? He needs to show us where he
Ken
holds
was
his
in the
polls.
I don't know what I just heard.
That was
Okay.
Did anybody remember that old joke from the Mistborn series when we were talking about holding polls, POLLs, and Ken goes, "Yeah, and then send us an email, show us where you hold your polls." And I know I've told this story before, but if you go back, it was I think it was what's the middle book, the one that I like and nobody else does. Well of Ascension. I think it was the first Well of Ascension episode. If you go back to that, you hear us just bust a gut. We're all like, rolling on the floor laughing. I cut a solid 3 or 4 minutes out of that audio where we could not stop.
I remember that.
Okay, anyway, sorry.
Okay. The results are in, and thank you, audience. Team IDK, you have won their
Oh, good.
support.
I was gonna be like, the ladies of the Legendarium better get this point.
Good job.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so now you have a
Sexist.
choice. You get to choose sabotage or you get to choose a bonus. So the sabotage would be he has to hula hoop while he answers the next few questions. The bonus point, since you guys are already working as a group, well, you continue working as a group.
I'm gonna tell you, Ryan and Ken are gonna be no help to us. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
true.
totally agree. So I guess
Ken
guess-
would actually be more help than Ryan. I think.
for the value of the entertainment of those who are watching, I think it should be
Yeah,
sabotage.
Sorry,
Yeah, sorry, dude.
All right.
Well, which is it? Sorry, man, or sorry, dude?
So
Because I only
Um,
respond to one.
Craig, the hula hoop is right
Do I
there.
have to write while I'm hula
Yep.
hooping?
Like that morning.
Do your best. Just do your best.
This is not a man.
All right.
Is it- if I can't,
I got
just like
Yep.
do something
You just
seductive.
just remember this is recorded for posterity.
Spot, hold it up, and I'll jump through it.
That's fine. You,
Okay.
Be holding the
I have to write while I do.
you can put it on the. Do you want me to write for you? Okay.
because he's been
You guys sound so good so far.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Right, because
So do I have to go now?
things can
Round
change
two.
at
Wait.
any moment.
Wait till the question. Okay. Now this is 1 point each. Okay. There's only one correct answer.
Oh.
Okay. It's a who said it round.
Ken.
Brian.
I know you guys have said a lot of things. Let's see if you remember any of them. Okay, go. This is the style of art I hate. It's very French. Who said it? A. Ken, B. Craig, C. Megan, or D. Ryan? That keep Just try your best. If you need a pause to write your answer, it's fine. Oh, you wrote. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We got A and D. The correct answer is D.
Huh?
Ryan. Han Solo gets a point.
Does he have to continue to hula hoop?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was just one time.
Oh no, you keep going.
If there's a plus mark. See the plus mark?
All right.
Make us feel
Next
better.
question. You ready?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get under my skin anytime. Kyle, B, Kev, C, Todd, or D, Ryan.
I don't know.
Is it me?
I
Put
don't
me.
know.
Let's try me.
Okay.
All right.
No
3,
idea.
2, 1.
Oh, no.
C. B. Wrong.
Oh.
No.
Don't listen to me.
I think it was a Eye of the World Part 1 episode, if anybody wants to go fact check me, but yes. All right.
This is awful.
Oh, yeah? Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
One more. I'm an adult. I have worked with children and I have my favorites. And any adult that tells you that they don't have favorites is lying. A, Craig, B, Stephanie, C, Megan, or D, Ryan. You gotta
Me saying that.
Yeah.
I think you should.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. We got an A and we got a B. Good job, Stephanie.
I was like, I absolutely could see me saying that.
I do have notes on which episode, but I'll look at it later.
I believe.
No.
I,
yeah.
actually, I think this
You know
was
what?
a secret episode about Harry Potter.
Ah.
It's a bit of a villain move, so I was like, that must be.
No, we're
All right.
talking about Dumbledore. Though.
You
Yeah.
can
You're off the
stick
hook.
down your hula hoop. Audience time.
You know, if he wins, we're each doing the hula hoop.
But I'm going to be most excited to see.
I'm sure you will.
All right, audience. You know the drill by now. Refresh that link. Click that link again. Here we go.
Oh,
Here's a bag of navel oranges. It doesn't leave the bruises.
there's only one person who could.
A, Craig, B, Todd, D, Ryan.
First of all, there's no way I was on that episode because I would still be mocking this person daily.
All right, here we go, guys. I'm going to close the audience poll in 3, 2, 1. All right, audience poll is closed.
Oh,
I love picturing you going through the episode and picking out these questions.
I did, yes.
I love it.
Unfortunately, the audience actually did not get this correct.
oh, thank God.
So it was D.
I was like, that's Ryan.
It was a Ryan. Yes, Ryanism.
Episode.
Actually, I think I was on that episode. I think
You
that's-
were.
Yeah.
It was
He's talking about beating somebody.
I think it was the
Like
Way of
soft
Kings,
rock.
actually.
Yeah.
And I believe Todd was on there too.
Yeah,
I was like, that definitely sounds like
I would.
Ryan.
All right, here we go. So no sabotage, no bonus here.
What did
All
the audience say? They thought it was who?
They thought it was
Ken.
primarily Ken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. You know, my plan worked. I didn't want to hula hoop again.
Okay, here we go. Next question. I know kids who used to torture puppies. This is not a healthy human being. A, Ken, B, Kyle, C, Todd, or D, Ryan.
Well, Ryan grew up with Craig, so I'm gonna get no idea.
Try that. Woo.
Saucy.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Show me your answers.
Hey.
We got a B and we got an A. It was actually a C.
Oh, wow. I remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually in the. You know how sometimes you pull out a clip, an audio clip, and you put it as like.
Oh, at the
the
front.
teaser.
Yeah.
I remember.
You guys, I used to do so well at this show.
There's still time.
Anyway, moving on. All right, I read the entire thing and I don't remember half of what we're discussing.
How am I not an option?
Me too.
A. Ken, B. Kyle, C. Todd, or D.
Pretty
Ryan.
sure that was like most of the Expanse series.
I'm sure it was all of the Expanse series, actually. For sure.
We got a YouTube comment like a couple days ago. People still go and comment on Expanse episodes, and the latest comment was, "Honestly, why is Stephanie even on these episodes?" And you have no idea how difficult it was for me not to just snark the crap out of them in a reply.
I expect all of you to have my back on this one.
Oh yes. Yes.
She's the loveliest, most lovable person.
And so,
All right.
Through all 10 of those books. Wow.
There were a lot.
Okay.
I need an answer from. Okay, cool. All right, show me the answer.
I'm gonna write in me.
Good job. It was Ken. 14 to the point.
Yay!
Oh, man.
All right, here we go. If you're going to be slapping people, please invite me because that sounds. A. Todd, B. Megan, C. Craig, D. Ryan.
okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Give me. Yeah. Just the joy. I had to listen to that multiple times to make sure I got it correct.
Yeah, I'm aware of my role on the show.
There was a clarification of this, which was you found out you were allergic to cookies, you couldn't eat wheat anymore, and
yeah.
so you might as well just eat steak and slap people. Yeah, that's the context.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought the slapping.
Slapping me.
When you slap me,
What?
We're moving on.
Todd started that, and I was like, I am too innocent for this conversation. I'm sick now because of that conversation.
Okay.
I think we all need a cigarette after that.
Oh,
Good thing
it's an audience question.
I would like to clarify, we found out that's not true, and I can eat wheat, and I do.
Oh, good. Yay.
And I can eat turkey and lettuce. Anybody tells you you're allergic to lettuce, that's probably not true.
Oh my goodness.
No context. Keep going.
Oh, but
I
I'm giving
am
you score.
having so much
Good times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So right now we have Team IDK leading with 5 and Han Solo. Is that 3? Yeah. 3.
Oh, that's 3. Oh, I thought it was 1. Yes.
You can use other pens there if you need. We've got a variety. Yeah. Okay. All right, audience.
That's
you know
less
the drill by
embarrassing.
now.
That's-
Here we go. Anyway, my point is, I'm pointing to these classic works just to say, shut up. A. Craig, B. Ken, C. Megan, or D. Ryan.
Oh, I think
I remember
know.
this
Wait,
one.
is this an audience question?
I don't.
This
I
is
don't
an audience
remember
question.
it, but I think I know who would say that. Yeah.
Yep. That person would say it. All right, here we go. Did I mess up on this? I probably.
Okay, people are gonna be mad at me for saying that. Allergy is not real because I don't.
Megan, if you're the first one of us to get
All right,
canceled
closing
and
audience poll.
it's for lettuce allergies,
Wow.
we have truly jumped the shark as a culture.
No, you want to keep me. We're doing Project Hail Mary in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just bear with me while I tally up the points here. And it looks like Hannah's solo. Han Solo.
Hannah Solo.
Anna Solo.
What?
Okay, so I'm being supported here.
You are being supported,
Okay.
and you also said it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did they get it right?
They did.
I said that?
You did.
Yeah. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that makes
We're
sense.
That is totally you.
Who did you think it was?
Ken. I thought it was going to be Ken.
Oh, no, I so would've been like, it
that
was
so
Craig.
you. We all knew.
It was you, and it was on one of the Way of Kings episodes.
The one
Yeah.
where he was yelling, and I was like, "You guys, stop yelling at each other."
Yeah, that's a
And then he
fool's
stopped
errand.
yelling.
All right, so you get to choose.
I was like,
You get to choose
Oh,
sabotage or bonus.
oh.
So you can make them hula hoop.
There, you know,
More.
there's the entertainment value, but I might be a little too
Competitive?
for this. I want the bonus. I want
Alright.
the bonus.
All right. All right. We're gonna struggle.
Now, am I the only one that gets an eliminated?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we're gonna figure out how to do this because I didn't bring my paper. So
Hey, Todd, will you hula hoop anyway?
Yay, team player.
wait, you can't make him hula hoop.
I didn't make him do anything.
All right, here we go. I beat them up with words. I have very tiny,
Ow.
ineffectual fists.
I already know that.
Okay, well.
But so, can I save my bonus, or do I get it on every
Yeah,
question?
you
in
just
this
get
one?
it. You just get it until the next audience.
Okay.
Audience question.
Okay. So, what do you just like whisper it in my ear? Or-
You can write down what you think, and I can tell you yes or no.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh.
All right.
So he gets 4 guesses.
No,
He gets 3
I,
guesses.
I would only do it once per question for him.
Okay. Okay.
For every question?
Until the next.
Okay.
oh, we're screwed.
Okay, 3.
They're over here trying to read my handwriting.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Show me your answers. That is correct.
I was literally thinking about that phrase today.
Not that we dwell on our past episodes, but
All right, here we go. It couldn't be Perry because that's a platypus. A, Ken, B, Kyle, C, Stephanie, D, Ryan.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. It is indeed Kyle.
Wow.
Oh. Okay.
I haven't even needed my bonus yet. I should have had Todd
Well,
hula hoop more.
I mean, I am confirming for you. But okay, sure. All right, here we go. Round 3.
Ooh,
Alright.
okay.
Now-
Now he doesn't get the he doesn't get the bonus in sabotage anymore. The round's over.
Okay, sure. The round's over. No more bonus.
We're gonna dip into our Q&A time, but I think
Okay. Ready?
this is more fun.
kind of cute.
2 points each.
All right. In episode 26, fairy tales, the darker the better. Which fairy tale was the focus of the episode with Matt Woolley? A, Rapunzel. B, The Little Mermaid. C, Little Red Riding Hood. Or D, Hansel and Gretel. And if you were paying attention earlier, he said it.
Yes, he did.
Okay. I was not paying attention.
I don't think you were here.
Well, you were doing things. But okay, show me the answer. That is correct.
Yep.
That was a fun episode.
Yes. All right,
And so was the last one.
here we go.
Chess.
Oh, you guys.
What is Mimosa pudica? A, plant that exhibits RPM. A or B, a drink with brunch on Rochar. C, Venus flytrap. Or D, a plant that develops survival skills against ice storm.
Do we get to know what RPM stands for?
It's a rapid plant movement.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
I actually have this plan.
All right, ready? 3,
I didn't hear what you guys wanted.
3, 2, 1. Show me. It is A.
Oh.
I should have just written down.
Yes.
You should just write down your answer.
There's the lead change.
Wow.
Okay.
Something about bulls and horns and
Okay. Score check-in. Team IDK, you currently have 8 points. Team Han Solo, you currently have 9.
You know, she never checked when we were ahead. She just checks when we're behind.
that is not true. I reminded you.
All right, next question. Audience time. Here we go.
Okay, all right.
Maybe they'll feel
All right.
bad for us since we're on a, kind of a dry spell.
Sure, we'll go with 1.4.
My question is, we have a villain and we have the comic relief. Who's the hero?
The audience.
Panda.
Okay, so yeah, please make sure you refresh your form, and it should be 1.4.
Yes.
All right, the audience question is, what username does Brandon Sanderson go by on Spotify? A,
Ooh.
Sir Write a Lot. B, Sando Brando 1. C, Mistborn 1. Or D, Doomslug Forever. Sorry, Forever.
I know the answer, but no, I'm just gonna check for fun.
I don't think I do.
Okay, I'm closing the audience poll in 3, 2, 1. All right, cool.
It's
Here we
same as
go.
Reddit.
So give me a sec. There were only 3 correct answers, and they all go to Team IDK.
Yay!
And the correct answer is Mistborn 1.
Yes.
All right.
Bonus? What's the bonus versus the sabotage?
It's she'll
All
tell
right.
you
Touch
the
knows where
answer.
audience help.
Oh, I think we won audience.
I
So-
think we want the audience help.
You can pick a member of the audience to help you.
A member?
A member.
We
You
can't poll the audience.
no. You can choose a different audience member per question if you would like.
Oh, okay.
We each get to pick one audience member.
No.
Go back to that favorite question.
The sabotage is Craig has to do this while he answers the question.
Do I have to walk a straight line? while I'm doing it?
Well, we all know.
Impossible.
All right. What would you like?
I'd rather do audience help.
Audience help.
All
Let's get
right.
The bonus.
Pick an audience member to help you.
Oh, we have to pick them in advance. We can't see the question. They
No,
raise their hands and say
no,
whether or not they
no.
know. Okay. What do you think? What about red? Well, red.
You cannot pick me because I'm not an audience.
Right.
Just to
Yeah, you're not.
make it clear.
Red, will you help us on this one? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, come up and you'll.
Yay!
All right, here we go. Next question. Fill in the blank. Episode number 16, LOTR. Episode 12. Whatever. Blank, you big stud muffin, you. A. Legolas. B. Aragorn. C. Éomer. D. Faramir.
Look at him be so so.
Here's the thing.
He's the only one that's ever listened to these.
If only you knew how true that is.
All right. 3,
Okay.
2, 1. Show me. Da 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 da. Faramir.
He's the best.
Thank you for your help, Red.
Thank you.
All
right.
Bring up Drew for the next one. Yeah. Drew.
Drew it in.
Red Rover, send Drew right over.
You're interrupting his hockey time.
Oh, sorry. You Red Rover fan?
Drew from Inking Out Loud podcast. There we go. Which episode could have been titled The Dead Horse Pinata? A. FantasyCon Preview. B. FantasyCon Review. C. The Name of the Wind number 1. D. The Name of the Wind part 2.
Oh no. Oh no. That's definitely a Ryan line. 100%. Ryan said those words.
And he's on all of these episodes.
I'm just saying. Right? I feel like bonus points are in order.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need an answer.
Oh, whatever.
What is that? It's D. But thank you.
You're right.
Apparently,
we will dismiss you with our thanks.
thank you. Thank you for your help. Apparently, you had to record that episode twice or something.
Yeah. Bad
Okay.
audio, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
We would call it this.
Oh, who do you want for audience?
Jordan.
Jordan. Jingles. Jingles has been summoned.
Jingles.
All right, here we go.
Don't
Look
trip
Look
over
what
the
you
cord.
started. Look what you started.
The question is, which of these is not a Heroes of Sci-Fi episode?
God.
Here. B. Ready Player One. C. The War of the Worlds. Or D. Starship Troopers.
The only crap Todd knows.
That's what you said.
Wow. Yes.
All right. Seems like you guys have an answer. Show me.
Are you kidding me?
We never did that. We never did.
You
See,
never
did we
did.
never do War of the Worlds?
No, we did H.G. Wells, but we did the time machine.
You did the time machine.
That's right. That's right. Yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
Thanks,
you're
Jordan.
right.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Jordan. We
Alright.
did Ready Player One as the Heroes of Sci-Fi.
Apparently.
Yeah, much to Drew's chagrin.
All right.
I find that hard.
All
to
right.
believe.
Audience time. Here
All
we
right. Are we? Does this mean we're moving into our final round?
go.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Maybe.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry. Audience. You refresh that link. Get ready. Here we go. Who had notes with the heading "Things I Hate About John Carter"? A. Megan. B. Todd. C. Craig. Or D. Stephanie.
There are only two possibilities here, and it should be pretty clear.
Oh yeah.
This could have ended with who had notes.
I'm not answering
I'm
this
like, this is
question.
an audience question.
Yeah,
Craig
yeah.
doesn't have to answer.
Yeah, no,
Oh my goodness.
I wasn't even on this episode, and that was like a legendary moment.
That was so painful.
All right, I'm closing the audience poll in 3, 2, 1. All right. The correct answer is A. Megan.
So much.
I think I paid for that for a while too.
It is a tie in terms of audience support for the team.
Ooh.
So we're gonna go on with no sabotage and no votes.
Okay, but I wonder who else they thought it was.
Apparently they also thought it could have been Todd.
Really?
If anyone else was going to have notes, it would have been Todd.
All right,
And I was on the John Carter episode, so
last round. Here we go.
all right.
1 point
Last
each.
round.
1 point. Okay, all right.
We got to make up some time.
Where are we at? I'm ahead a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. Han Solo has 13 and IDK has 10.
Hey.
This is gonna be a guess who.
Okay. Oh.
They're like alcohol, always at a party making me say stupid stuff. A.
Oh,
Ken.
this is who I insulted.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Or who is it describing? A. Ken, B. Craig, C. Stephanie, or D. Ryan.
Should I bring back the insults? Is that a thing I should? What about because I'm doing a lot of like author interviews with people I have never met.
Maybe you should insult
Especially them.
when you introduce yourself. You insult yourself.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Show me. Da 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 da. It is Ken.
We're never gonna catch. That's all right.
All right. Here we go. They're hotter than the Australian desert and twice as deadly. A. Todd. B. Sarah. C. Stephanie. Or D. Kyle.
You been to Australia?
I'm trying to decide if I was feeling a little misogynistic that day or a little ironic that day.
Can I tell you the truth? You did this multiple times.
Oh,
But the same person?
No.
Oh.
so
But only one of them was up
both. Oh wait, is this a multiple?
No,
Correct. Okay.
only one. Only one
Um,
correct answer. All right. 3, 2, 1. Show me.
Well, I have my answer.
I don't even remember that. So.
That's a little blockage.
Yeah.
All right, next. They're like the cowbell of the podcast. People just can't seem to get enough of. A. Megan. B. Sarah. C. Stephanie. Or D. Craig.
Clearly, I said that about myself.
All right. Oh, I don't know what. I don't want to draw.
Ooh.
Up at the top.
I don't know how. What is it?
And this is very down.
Oh, maybe on the
All right.
screen. Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
All right, here we go. Show me your answer. A and B. It is indeed B.
Oh,
All right, here we go. Audience.
that's it.
Let me. All right.
They can still help me make you all hula hoop though. So,
Oh, you know what? I know what I've been doing wrong.
Maybe it's a.
All right, here we go. You know the drill. They're such a majestic creature. Unicorns go in search of them. A. Todd. B. Ryan. C. Ken. Or D. Craig.
the inflection was a little off, but I'll let it go.
I'm sorry. I'm not a Craig impersonator.
You'd be a good Craig person.
Maybe like the same vibe or something. All right. Ooh. Okay. Closing the audience poll in 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is
No!
Oh.
all right. Nobody got that one. So no bonus and no sabotage.
Nobody got it?
Nope.
Wow.
All right. For
I'm
you
just
guys,
glad
their eyesight is so bad. I did it again. I'm sorry. Their eyesight is so bad. They still think Ryan is a really attractive boy. A. Todd. B. Ryan.
I think-
C. Ken.
I think Todd
Okay.
was like snuggling up to Ryan that day or something. So
This is for you guys.
Oh, I got an answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stephanie's done.
We're almost done.
I find Ryan very
I know I've seen that video. It's hilarious.
All right. 3.
Pick a number.
Yeah, good job. It's Todd.
4.
Four.
Yes, Ryan is an option though.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go. All right. They're so sweet they could banish a demon with just their smile. A.
Oh.
Stephanie. B. Sarah. C. Kent. Or D. Megan.
Wait, did I write that?
Yes. You
No,
said
that
it.
honestly sounds like something Todd would do on like a Blue Team episode.
It's obviously Ken. We all know how Craig feels about Ken.
Actually, it might have been Todd. I don't know. I gotta look at my notes. Which episode?
Okay, I got mine.
All right.
Okay.
3,
Yeah,
2, 1. Correct. It is Megan.
I would just like to point out that we both like drawn little designs at the top of our board.
Yes.
I'd
Very
like to
indicative of
point
who we
out
are.
that we did it first.
I know, you chose this Legendarium tree.
I did the Legendarium logo because I am on brand. You did Mickey Mouse because
I am on.
you are
brand.
it's nothing but a corporate shell.
Okay. Next.
And you're not.
They enjoyed their Matlock and Murder, She Wrote. A. Craig. B. Todd. C. Ken. Or D. Ryan.
I know exactly what that one was.
Yeah, okay. That's tough. That's tough. That has to be tough.
No.
Was this an intro insult?
Nope.
Oh, it's just like in an episode.
Somebody insulted you.
Ah. I was unclear on the rules.
Wow.
All right.
I wondered why you kept using Christ as an option.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Now I'm okay.
Yeah.
I
We're
got this.
making things up.
Wow.
At the
Oh,
end.
that's the end.
Hey.
And da 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 da. We have Team IDK with 13 and Han Solo with 16. Good job.
Well done. Well done.
This tells us you made the
17.
right choice
Sorry,
doing
17.
3 on 1.
Yes.
Thank you for
That
playing.
came out wrong.
And
Look. You guys don't know. The mics aren't on all the time.
All day
And
long.
the studio is it's roomy. No, not thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Panda.
Well done, Panda.
was
thank you,
really
audience. Really
That's-
appreciate it.
That was really fun.
Thanks.
Okay, all right. That was so much like orders of magnitude is a phrase that gets used often. the best part about this is that Chesky is like, yeah, I guess I'll do tech. And I said, it's super simple. There's one button here. There's one button here. That's all you need to worry about.
Whoa, I got those
And-
buttons unlocked.
And he goes, he's like, okay, wait. What about the loop? I'm like, don't worry about the loop. Just use the loop here. And Chesky, thank you for doing tech. All right. So after a little break, we're doing some Q&A for the next half hour or so. And so I asked for questions on Discord a couple days ago, so people have had a little bit of time. But if there's anybody on the live stream or in the room, for that matter, who wants to submit, you can do so on Discord. You can, write it anonymously and put it in Todd's shirt or something.
Well, things mysteriously appear in my shirt. Whoa, there was one right then.
All right. So do we want to start with some Discord stuff?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
some questions here. We'll start with an easy one, okay?
Okay.
So from Kiptan, he says, "What's everyone's favorite luxury cookie or like decadent
Oh.
Ooh,
cookie?" Yeah.
Stephanie.
No, I'm
I
not
don't
starting.
like cookies.
You don't like
I
cookies?
don't like cookies.
Like as a blanket statement, you don't like cookies?
I will eat pumpkin chocolate chip and snickerdoodles, but only if like they're there to eat.
But
Like,
it's-
I won't
so-
go out and buy them.
I think Kiptan's question is about like the crumble cookies or the whatever brand,
But that's
right?
it, like
right.
I won't go buy them. I won't eat them.
Right.
Ryan's bought them a couple of times, so it's kind of like if they're there, I might eat one, but I won't. I don't like cookies.
The one that comes to my mind is the raspberry rose. It's the raspberry rose macaron from Disneyland.
Ooh.
They
Of
have
course,
it at,
from Disneyland,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
it's at the Jolly Holiday Cafe. It is insanely good. I'm going to be eating one soon, and I'm excited.
Mine would be there's a place that I found called Dirty Dough. They've got a couple of shops.
I don't know. Is this a Utah thing?
It is. I think it is a Utah thing. I discovered it while I was driving for
Oh, yeah.
DoorDash.
Dorito and Crumble had a whole thing.
And it's they fold their dough over something else, and so it was like an Oreo cookie mix over a peanut
Craig
butter
looks
cup,
really in-
and it was so magnificent.
Oh, that's awful.
Crave does the same thing, but anytime they use a Rice Krispie in the middle, it's terrible. The Rice Krispie
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do the Rice Krispie, but the peanut butter cup in the middle. Oh, 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 oh.
So I'm fat, and I'm trying to not be fat.
You didn't say what cookie you're eating right now.
It's just what's your favorite?
No, but that's the thing is like it's been a few years now. If you'd asked me that when I was like in my teens or my 20s, I would have been like, oh yeah, I could name Crumble or whatever. And now it's like they just make me sick. Like I can nibble, but I can't really go after them. I will say this: Crumble is great because it's nationwide, and anytime I have like a female friend, maybe like a coworker or somebody who's having a birthday, it's an easy, much less awkward gift than flowers,
Yeah.
right? And so send them a tray of a few crumble cookies, and like that's a great. So I love them for that. How's that?
I do want to make a shout out. The cookies that we have here have been really delicious.
Yes.
So if you'd have been here, you could know.
Oh, ha.
Maybe we'll
Todd is throwing down. All right.
maybe we'll take some photos later and post them on Discord. Okay. Okay. The next question is from Huron Fan. I want to hear about.
Why? Wait. What?
Audible sound.
That was a.
Somebody does not like that.
No. It was all in jest.
Oh, okay.
I want to hear about behind the mic drama. Is there any drama?
Wow.
It's. I'm trying to think of like stuff. There's minimal drama. There
Yeah.
minimal drama.
I think it's fair.
Not that there hasn't been things, but I'm trying to think of stuff that I would feel comfortable sharing.
Okay, maybe we'll share that
oh, no.
later.
Anytime he has to record with Ken,
Or anytime that he has to record with Megan and I.
Yeah.
No, I will say
Craig
I
has
will
to
say this
record.
But
because you guys
the mic.
you guys are all here, so you get to hear me say it in person, even though you've probably already heard me say it in person. So everybody else on the show, except for Kyle, I suppose, but everybody besides me does community theater.
Yeah.
It's not my jam. I didn't do theater in high school. I never got into community theater, so it was never my thing. But it was always like, oh yeah, community theater. Everybody has their hobbies, the things that make them happy.
Mhm.
Until I started trying to schedule a podcast with a bunch of community theater people, and I have come to hate community theater so much.
Yeah.
Not
So
really.
sorry.
Not
Guess
just
where Ryan's at right
now.
so I didn't anticipate. It's one of those like Pavlovian responses. Somebody's like, "Oh, rehearsal." I'm like,
And we've all had those.
"Oh yeah."
All of us have had
So
those.
this is kind of only tangentially related to the podcast, but I connected with a guy on a dating app a couple years ago, like the mutual LDS dating app. And
There is a Mormon dating.
there's a
app,
Mormon
y'all,
dating app,
and
and there
I'm
are like
not
6
on
people
it,
on it.
but
Um,
the stories are glorious.
They are horrendous. But I matched up with this guy, and he and I were talking. Turned out he really likes Star Wars, so it worked out. But he, I don't remember how it came out. Maybe in my, I haven't looked at my profile for a while. It might actually be in my profile that I do a podcast. And he's like, "Oh, what podcast do you?" He's like, "I also do a podcast." I'm like, "Oh, well, mine's a
Oh, it was Ken. It
Legendarium."
was
Where
Ken. It was Ken.
it was not Ken. Gross. Ken's like my brother. Gross. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I actually was a guest on the Legendarium podcast one time."
Oh no!
And so
I think I might
reached
know
out,
who it
I
is.
reached out to oh my gosh, I just blanked on your name, Craig. And sorry, man. I reached out to Craig and I'm like, "Hey, do you remember this guy?" And he's like, "Not like." You looked him up and you're like, "Oh yeah, I vaguely remember him because he was on the episode about it. His Daniel from Dungeon Crawlers Radio. Really nice guy. Didn't work out with us, but really nice guy." And Craig's like, "Oh yeah, he was in our episode about the 3 levels."
Oh no! Don't do it! Don't do it!
I don't know. But then I was like, "Well, what can you tell me about this guy?" And he was like, I don't really remember. So I asked
good.
Little Red to look him up. Also did not get a lot of information there. But anyway, that's my little drama that was related. That's all I had.
Okay,
Where
yeah.
did you think it was going?
I'm not gonna say. It's that I'm not. No.
Yeah,
Nope.
very nice guy.
Nope. Yeah, he was a nice guy. He
So I listened to a
was. He
couple
was a nice
episodes of the podcast. Really fun. But yeah, didn't work out with us.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
Next question from Texas Blade. When will Alex Beerus coverage start?
Next question.
I tried. Okay. Next question from Lady S. Will we get more blue team in the future?
That is a great.
That's a great question. The answer is
Oh, and you look at me. It's not all about me. But it is today.
It's not even in the state right now.
No,
Yeah.
that's true. I actually reached out to the blue team a couple weeks ago and said, "How do people feel about Project Hail Mary? Because I love this book and I think you would enjoy it. So let's talk about it." So when are we recording it?
and as soon as she did that, I bought the book and read it. Well, listened to it in like a week, and we picked our date. It's going to be soon.
The problem is the last time I read a book with them, it was John Carter of Mars, which you
It
may
was-
recall. I don't remember what the last
That
book
the
was.
last one was Dresden Files.
I do love the Dresden Files. But that, like, I kind of I needed a break. And whenever they're always like, "Just pick the book and we'll totally read it." And I'm like, "You guys don't want to read the books I'm reading right now." So I found one that they would like, and I'm very excited to talk about it.
We would have read anything that she would have said. But
So I don't know when that will be published, but
did,
we'll be
actually.
recording it in 2 weeks. So there is more coming soon.
Yay!
Yay.
Hurrah! Okay. Huron fan asks, how much work does Craig put into the podcast?
not as much as he used to.
Also true.
Also true. Also true.
That is true.
It's
that is true.
Both.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I don't know if that is true. I put in different work now.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, because now with the big shift in the show is that it's been 10 freaking years. People get older and situations change and things kind of drift, right? And so the classic Legendarium, four of us sitting down around a couch and chatting is becoming rarer. And so I do less scheduling with community theater people.
Sorry.
But with Red's help, I'm doing a lot more like author interviews and author shelf and all that stuff. And so prepping for those is it's different. It's not necessarily more intense, but I feel like I read just as much as I did.
You probably do.
And I have to like learn more about who I'm about to interview. And so
what I'm hearing is I need to date more podcast guys and bring them on the pod.
you know what?
Okay.
If we want more drama,
Megan's podcast guy of the week, eh?
That could be a corner.
oh yes.
Tenfold.
But to answer the question, how much work do I put in on the podcast? It's a part-time job, so call it. If you don't include reading, it's probably like 10 hours a week. If you include reading, it's more like 20 to 30, somewhere in there.
All right. Next question is from Wombat, who just became a father.
Hey!
Congratulations.
Otherwise, I think he would have
You know
been
what?
here.
Hey, with our Discord people, if there's any one of you who I think deserves to be a father, it's none of you. It's Wombat. Yeah. That's definitely not Red. You are not father material.
Okay. All right. Wombat's question is, are you proud of having the greatest Discord server on the internet? I'm not biased or anything.
I think so.
You guys don't Discord much. I mean, I don't. I lurk a ton, actually. I
follow.
lurk a ton.
I follow stuff.
Um,
I,
Like I learned, but I don't.
no, I will say this: the older I get, the more I detest social media, and so I just like don't do it as much. Not to say none, but not as much. Our Discord server is such an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
As far as what the internet tends to bring out in people, and I think this is where we have to mention Kiptan. Our Discord is awesome, and this is a pretty recent story, so I won't name names until later. But a fairly prominent author rage quit our Discord because the subject came up. It was like book bans and whatnot, and this is a fraught subject, hot button, topical issue that gets people really riled up. And so, is it an important topic? Yeah, there are a lot of important topics out there, but they don't have to be everywhere all the time, right? And so Kiptan steps in and just says, hey, this isn't what this Discord server is for. Here's what we do and some of the rules. And I get that it can be a little vague sometimes, but spirit of the law and all that, he does an amazing job of shutting down stuff that is going to like truly upset people and take us away from our core mission of enjoying stories together. And so how proud am I to have, like, how should I put it? When people say, I would tell people about this weekend and say, yeah, we're doing a meetup. There's a few people coming in from out of town, all over the place, and they're going to come do this meetup. And they look at me and they go, oh, you guys have fans. And I'm like, no. They're not fans of the show. They're fans of each other.
yeah, we have a community.
There's a community on Discord. That's how, that's what this is. This is a meetup. This is a Discord meetup.
Yeah.
And I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
The show's okay, but
I
love it.
I'm on another Discord server, and I interact with them far less, largely because the interaction that they have is much more pointed and much less community oriented and much less supportive. So I love hopping onto our server. I'm also the lurker. I go through and I scroll through and I see stuff. And I enjoy it. It's very pleasant experience. Whereas on the other server that I'm on, wow, I get on it and I get off it as fast as I possibly can.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah, no, it's
That's you guys. That's you.
It's the real hero is the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
Right.
That is true.
Like that's
Well done.
yeah.
All right.
Okay, we got a question from Red.
The
How
question-
many people feel like they've made genuine friends on our Discord?
No, I do.
I think Panda, is it 2 or 3 summers running that we've come and hung out
I
with
think
you
3.
in Seattle?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's one right there.
Yeah.
Red, got you. Chesty, got you. Other people, whatever.
People in
Do
the
you guys?
chat.
You guys all raised your hands? Yeah, that's
That's why
impressive.
we're here.
Yeah.
I was like,
that's a good
you
point.
just made that statement, Greg.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Nice.
All
I hang
right.
out with Ryan all the time.
And so do I.
Okay. Next question from Padre Philip.
Philippe?
Philippe. Will we get Star Wars books in the future? Maybe a talk about what's out there, book wise, and covering some books or Star Trek.
Drew perks up immediately.
I think it'd be fun to do both.
Ryan would be all
So wait, what was that? So the last part of the question: Star Wars books, and then what
And
was
Star Trek.
it? And Star
Or
Trek.
Star Trek.
I would totally hop in on a Star Trek book. I'm just saying.
Would you?
I think both would be great.
Yeah. With me and Drew doing the Matthew Stover collaboration across Inking Out Loud and us, it does make me want to pick up some Stover Star Wars books and see what he can do with somebody else's IP, and how good is he really?
And I don't know how many of you follow the Green Team, but they just did the Heir to the Empire, like the first.
We
run
did.
of it.
Heir to the Empire. Oh, I love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last week or the week, like it was.
It was
recent.
just released.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
I assume Padre Philippe, I hope, knows that Drew and I did Shadows of the Empire. So there is some Star Wars book content, but I think that might be it for us.
Yeah, I don't think we
That's a gap.
What? There was an all-time innuendo. Oh yeah. Nice. I'm gonna let that one just echo and
There you go. There you go.
So this sounds like yes, there is interest, and maybe there will be more.
Yeah,
Star Wars
we've got. I
yeah.
think we've got the.
And Star Trek.
And I honestly I would love to do not massive series, and so like a Star Wars book here or there or whatever, like that sounds great. It is tough though. I got to tell you, to pick what we're gonna do, because you want to balance like what we want to do with what people might actually care about, and I think we typically tip over on the side of the fence that's what we want to do, so people can catch up if they want. I guess
It's cool.
but Star Wars would be a great one.
Okay. So this one, you guys kind of answered this already, so maybe choose a different answer. But it's what's the most surprising topic you've encountered in the Legendarium Discord? And this is from Tormir, our Norwegian friend.
Yeah.
Anything that caught your eye as you were lurking in our chat? There's always the Portal Fantasy one.
Oh,
Anytime somebody starts talking about subgenres, I log on.
There you go.
I don't know. Do you guys have any answer to that? What about you guys? Is there has there been a highlight? Yeah.
Subgenre discussions lead to more book recommendations.
My favorite, I'll answer it this way. My favorite channel is the episode chat.
Because we talk about you.
Well, no, because I often come out of these author interviews and author shelf episodes feeling like I was super interested, or that wasn't that good an episode. And then oftentimes Red or somebody else will be like, no, that was a great episode, very engaging. And so I like to see what other people think, because I feel like I have a really bad quality barometer on our show.
I do think you're a bit hard on yourself at times, and maybe like when you're in the moment, you're like panicking inside. But the discussion itself,
Me panic?
yeah.
Yeah,
Like, those
okay.
are probably the ones I look at the most, especially if
Episode
I'm
chat.
involved in the episode,
Yeah.
or if I am reading a book. Even if so I'll go into the author's channels, but it really is. It's kind of like, okay, did I say anything that offended anyone? Did I say something that they didn't like? Like, I get really super anxious about, like, I don't want to be mean. Like, did I say something wrong?
That's Craig's job.
Yes, yes, it is.
He's so good at it.
Yeah, I don't think I have a great answer to that.
I don't have any
I
answer
would
to
have had an answer to that like a year or two ago, but I don't know that I've had anything catch my attention like that lately.
Mhm.
Okay. Aside from the lovely Discord community, what's a side effect of the Legendarium podcast that you didn't anticipate when you started it?
My entire career.
The few times I've been recognized out,
Have you really?
like not like out in the odd, like I remember we went to Jordan Con a couple of years back, and me and Megan were walking around just the shopping area or whatever it was, and someone came up to me and went, "Oh my gosh, I love you on the Legendarium, but I have to go do that." And I'm like, I don't know who you are.
It was just Woo. Like we
Yeah,
found
it
out
was.
later, and we were like, "Oh, okay, we totally know you." It was the weirdest thing where he just came up to us and kind of fangirled over us for a second, and then walked away. And we were like,
He was in
"What?"
line to go see Brandon
What's
Sanderson,
happening
so I had to
right
go
now?
back, and I'm like, I don't know who you are, and it was really weird. I think
That's so
Chesky's
weird.
done it to me too, where he's come up to me at like a book, something or other, and I'm like,
It's creepy. It sounds creepy. But
I know who you are now. Like, it's fine. When I
So where's the weirdest place that's happened? Because I had that happen at a funeral.
Oh,
I kid you not. I kid you not. But we went to this funeral for this person in our neighborhood, and my wife and I, we're walking in, we're signing the book, say, yeah, we're there. And
and you had to be quiet, so they weren't recognizing your voice.
and the funny thing
The
was,
laugh.
it was the person that was standing right in front of me, and I said, well, yeah, this is what we got to thought. And he turns around and he goes, "You're Todd." Yes. He's like, "No, you're Todd." And I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, and I'm leaving. And he's like, "I listen to the Legendarium all the time." And his wife goes, "Yes, he does." So for me, that's the weirdest one.
I got recognized for my voice as well, and it was at the Oathbringer release. No, that's not. Yeah, it was the Oathbringer. Was that you? That wasn't you. It was you. It was Chesky. Holy smokes! Yeah. But here's the thing. So, I'll tell you this. It's not much of a story. I was on the phone, and then I hang up the phone, and he heard me hang up the phone. So he turns around and he goes, "Recognize your voice." So that was weird. But the weird thing about that is I ran a YouTube channel, the reviews.org YouTube channel, for like 5 years, had 500,000 subscribers, tons of downloads, like people in the industry knew my name, whatever. Not one person ever like recognized me at an industry event or whatever. Like, I'm so under the radar. One person recognized me. It was for Legendarium, and it was Chesky, and it was my voice. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Definitely, that was the same convention.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a weird place to be recognized for that.
But it's cool.
yeah, it was
Yeah,
fun.
it's fun.
Ian the Cool 2000.
Ian the Cool.
Yes.
As it like, is this a czar of Russia or something?
I
Perhaps.
don't know.
And spell Ian.
IAN.
Okay, so not like IAIN.
Correct.
Okay.
They say, I've heard rumors that a Game of Thrones read is coming. If this is true, who will be on that podcast?
That's done.
Episode 1. Book 1.
Book 1. Yeah, there was what's that thing called? The GoFundMe. There was a GoFundMe campaign last year to fund this event, and Game of Thrones came in 3rd place. So it was me, Ken, and who was our and Eridandus did that episode. So we recorded it Tuesday, I want to say. So we just recorded it. It is on the schedule to come out very, very soon. I don't know how fast I'll be able to pack up any of these episodes from today, and so maybe it'll be Monday's episode. We'll see. But if you're a huge fan of Game of Thrones, no, let me put it this way. Remember that time we read Robin Hobb? Remember that time we did Joe Abercrombie? Now, here's the weird part, and why you might look forward to this episode. I was the voice of this book is awesome. Like look at all these cool things about this book, and everybody else was like, I hate this. So that's my era impression, by the way. But yeah, no, with both Hobb and Abercrombie, I feel like I was in the position of, or Stephanie with The Expanse, like you're the naysayer.
Yeah.
And suddenly I was like, no, this is great writing. This is great stuff. I love Game of Thrones.
The
So
reason it's so popular,
Yeah.
or was 20 years ago when it came.
so you're saying we should do 50 Shades?
You what?
That will be Ryan, Craig, and Ken. Doing
I do think we should do like Sarah J. Maas or something like that and have Ken read passages like as a Patreon exclusive or
Which
something.
ones have you read at this time?
I haven't read any of those.
Oh, okay.
But like I hear we need to get him to book 3 of Court of Thorns and Thorns.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two
Anyway.
is the naughty one, but 3 is like the best action.
The best. What kind of action are we talking about?
Sword fighting. What are you talking?
Stephanie, were you gonna say something else? Is this like land sheathing the blade? Or...
We'll be here all night.
Stop.
No.
You will be here all night.
We got Ken to read.
He did. He really liked Soulless,
Yeah, we read the.
but that wasn't.
But we did. You guys
Spicy.
didn't have him read passages
Out loud.
for recording.
I don't
so-
know if that episode ever aired though. There was
No,
like
the
a
audio.
problem
There was an
where-
issue with the audio.
Oh,
It never
that
got- it never
sucks.
got published.
and because we're community theater people,
Couldn't get back together.
we
I didn't want to record it again. I just.
It was a
Okay,
good episode.
we're gonna-
You're all welcome. For
I think
that.
we're gonna
That was a
do
good
one
episode.
I
more.
liked it.
Does any of you have questions?
We'll default to people in the room unless. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like there aren't any more questions, but there's a few comments. One is from Kieran Fan. The author shelf and chats are fantastic for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Honestly, like it more than most of your older stuff.
Ooh.
Okay.
You do know that means like Lord of the Rings, right?
Wow.
Yeah, Stephanie. Point for our side.
Thank you,
I
Jordan.
sat through
That's much
those. I
appreciated.
know.
Okay, we got one. Okay, last one.
A favorite insult from
Oh.
Craig.
Do you guys remember any?
No,
I don't even remember.
they're not worth
apparently.
remembering. but-
I think there was one at one point in time, something about being hairy.
I feel like that was multiple times.
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been. The old comments are the ones that I look forward to the most, but because I'm so old, I don't remember them anymore.
No, when it comes to hairy jokes, me insulting Ryan's feet was always one of my
Yeah,
That was
favorites.
one that- that-
And you guys have no
that one
idea. Like, I'm not making it up.
We don't need those on the internet.
Patreon exclusive.
I will tell you that they make like Craig's insults make me extremely uncomfortable, and I think it's because I don't like I never have a comeback until after we're done recording, and so I'm like, okay, I want to know what the insult is before we record, so I have some witty comeback to it because it never happens when we air,
Yeah.
and like so they make me very anxious. Craig's now like, bring them back.
Oh, yeah, we're
it.
doing this again.
Yeah,
that's-
I like them.
Because it makes Stephanie uncomfortable.
All right. Well, okay. Thanks for Q&A, everybody. We're going to... Okay, yeah, sure. we're going to take another little break, and then in 10-ish minutes, we'll come back, and it'll be a Green Team live episode. So stick around, share it on Discord and Twitter and wherever else. Let people know Green Team is going. What are you guys discussing? You have a game.
It's a draft
Ooh.
episode.
Okay. All right. it's a
Can't
draft
wait.
episode. All right. So Green Team coming up. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Legendarium Green Team episode. The first ever live episode in the Green Team history. And today, we're going to be playing a fun episode where we're creating our own fellowship. But I am your host, Yeti Beats. And since Craig's here, I thought I'd do something in honor of him. And I did. You know, he likes to do insults, and I thought I'd take my swing at it. Unfortunately, me and Spook, as you know, on the Discord, wanted to do a Nick Cage podcast a while ago. It would never happen, but I still have the Nick Cage insults for everyone.
No.
So,
I'm scared.
we have, she's the Legendarium Discord's national treasure, Little Red Book.
Well, thank you.
Just wait. I don't know if he's ever had his face off, but this guy could use a facelift. It's Stormrunner.
Oh.
Just wait, buddy. What does Nick Cage's 7th highest grossing movie and his virginity have in common? They were both gone in 60 seconds.
Oh.
You're close to it. As a friend, so I knew I could do that. So yeah, we're going to be doing a draft episode where we draft a fellowship to go to Mordor and steal the Death Star plans with Darth Vader waiting at the top. And we have to create a fantasy team out of 5 categories, and they can be from any fantasy series. They could be from characters from a movie, but they have to be also in a book. So put that out there. You can only pick 1 character from 1 series. So I can't pick 5 characters from Wheel of Time. Once I pick 1 person out there, they're out. And once someone picks a character, no one else can choose it. And the winner obviously steals the Death Star plans. And the 3 losing teams, all they can do for the rest of their life, reading-wise, is Ready Player One and Ready Player Two. And so really nobody wants to lose this. Trust us.
Who's keeping the points?
We have Panda, and people out there can judge. People online can say whose team they like best. This is going to be around for the rest of history online, so your team will be mocked if it is not good. And that is punishment, and they'll let us know who wins.
Also, it's whose line is it anyways rules, so nothing means anything and the points don't matter.
Yeah. It's absolutely true. So Panda wrote our draft order. We'll be starting down there with Storm and coming this way. Obviously, you noticed by best hair to worst, and that's fine. It just happened to work out that way. And all right, Storm, we'll let you head it off. Oh, let me say the 5 categories are: you have to pick a leader, you have to pick a villain for your team, who's also on your fellowship, a non-animal companion, a warrior fighter type, and then you get a wild card. Any type of character that you just want to toss in there and see how it mixes up. Yeah, and what was the? You have to have 1 magic user.
One non-magic.
One non-magic.
One.
So 1 person on your team has to have no magic. So, yeah, Storm, you're gonna set the tone for the whole thing. You get first pick out of the whole fantasy sci-fi genre.
Okay.
Go for it.
No pressure. My leader or mastermind will be Baru Cormorant from the Trader Baru Cormorant.
Ooh.
There might be better pure strategists available, but this is a more complicated mission than a battle. And Baru would be aware of the logistical challenges and obstacles and would be willing to go to lengths that not many other characters would be willing to go to accomplish the team's goal.
Are you worried about backstabbing?
I think that the goal will be accomplished.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. Leading by example, Baru. All right. So you're going with leader. Good choice. Red, you get the next pick.
So I'm choosing Emerald from A Year and a Day in Theroden by Scott Lynch. It's a short story. She is literally, the story is she insults a magician. So the magician says she has to steal a street. So she brings her whole team. She's really good at leading. but she's also really good at listening to her people. She works across a wide variety of cultures and species, and she's tenacious. And they try several different strategies to accomplish the goal. So I think that she's versatile and
And that's your leader?
Yeah.
Deep cut. All right, good.
Yeah.
I like it. Good explanation. I trust her more than Baru. I got to be honest.
Sounds
I
good.
trust her about that conversation.
But you have to have a villain, so there's going to be some distrust anyway.
That's true. All right. Jingles, are you going leader with your first pick?
No, I'm going villain because Matt Woolley today pretty much cemented exactly who I'm going to choose for my villain. He was already on my list. I was kind of unsure, but I'm going with Leland Gaunt because if I have to, we're going to go for psychological warfare here.
Yes.
We're going to make all the orcs desire something that they can't possibly get. We're going to make Darth Vader see Padme way too often. We're just going to make everyone's lives a misery while we go to get these plans.
All right.
What if that happens to the rest of the party as well?
I have a solution.
Hopefully someone to cancel that out.
I mean, this works great against you guys too. I'm sure all
Part of the
these people
game.
have needs. Yeah.
We're going to bump into each other. My bumpling team's going to see you guys. I know it's going to happen. So. All right. Good. All right. So there's a lot of ways I can go in this spot. I don't think. All right. So I'm going to go with wild card first. And with a lot of these, I'm going to go from books I love or authors I love. And so the first person I'm going to pick is Baez from The First Law. And listen, first of all, he has history going on quests and taking a group of people to do something. He's big and jolly on the surface, so I feel like he'd have good vibes going through it. And if things get rough, as people know, he can get pretty
Explosive.
He's known to take naked baths and just mess people up. So I mean, he can do anything. This guy.
Naked baths? Aren't all baths naked?
I don't judge people for what they do or do not do in the tub, how they get clean. And he's also bald, which is a big plus for my team. That we need as many of them as possible. So that's my wild card. So this pick, all right, stay with me here. For non-animal companion, I'm picking. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Loyal from Wheel of Time. Loyal from Wheel of Time.
Interesting.
No. Everybody, hold on. I know what you're thinking. How can he help my team? He can't. Absolutely not. But I'm going to send him to your guys' team to tell the most annoying stories.
I didn't realize that we were supposed to be like literally competing against.
Well, we're going to run into each other. Sorry. I don't want my team to read Ready Player 1 and 2 for the rest of our lives. It's a terrible thing to have to do. So we're going to say, hey, you're a great thing.
Oh my gosh, I
Loyal.
might have to change up my list.
Go find Jingle's team with that crazy villain and just talk his ear off. And we're going to slow him down.
No,
So that might backfire on you though.
Wow.
Loyal wants a lot of things.
If you don't take risks, you're not going to win. You might stick around and then we're done. But
oh my gosh.
All right.
Guys, I'm gonna have to completely rethink everything.
I'll keep with the non-animal or non-human companion. And I'm gonna choose Orlando the Axe from Madame.
Oh.
Really, this spot could be filled by any badger from the Redwall series. What I'm really looking for is someone who's just short enough to just ankle bite everyone with.
Non-human.
Not human, yeah.
All right. So you have an ankle biter. Perfect.
We got an ankle biter. And this is how we're going to take out Darth Vader, because I don't think he's going to suspect it.
That's fair. I honestly don't know what he's expecting hanging out at Mount Doom.
Yeah.
He's very confused.
Yeah, how we got here.
Well, I guess they did fight in the lava.
Yeah, so he's used to that. It's like home turf.
I'm just going to go in order. So I'm picking Duke Gillard from the Greatcoat series. He's crafty. He's good at manipulating people. And he's really evil. He's really evil, but he also knows when to set aside his own desires to achieve the goal.
How will that mix with Emeril?
Oh, I think they'd work very well together. She's a thief. She's literally a thief. That's a character. A retired thief who's coming back for one last job.
That's perfect. That's all I need. Yeah. All right. Good pick. Storm, you have 2 picks. Pick wisely.
I will continue on this villain tangent and go with Darth Bane from the Darth Bane trilogy by Drew Karpyshyn. It will be very difficult for Vader or any enemies to get past certain types of physical protection that he acquires. And he's also one of the most powerful Sith ever, and would be also be very willing to work with other people to accomplish his goals. And he would also love to take down Palpatine, who was the person that actually, and be able to say that he fulfilled his grand plan.
Where is, like, for us Star Wars noobs, where's like Darth Bane and like the structure of power? If like Vader
I am not quite the person to ask that. I don't. He has armor that is very difficult to destroy.
Yeah.
I don't think Vader has something readily available to counter it.
That'd be an epic.
Yes.
Yeah. Does he do well against Vader?
I think Vader's more fragile than he
Yeah.
is.
I think Darth Bane's a little more cunning because he's the guy who actually created the rule of 2. And
Rule
yeah.
of 2.
I have no idea what these guys are
What is
talking
that?
about.
rule of 2, a
No
master and
pineapple.
apprentice
Oh, I
for the
see.
Sith. Yeah. So I mean, he actually like wiped out all. It used to be that there were a bunch of Sith, and
Oh,
he
really?
wiped them completely.
That's why the one's the best.
Yeah.
But that's a whole
Spoilers. Yeah.
That's what.
All right,
Yeah.
cut that out.
All right. That's a powerful team so far. Behind mine, obviously.
We got one more.
Oh yeah. We'll go. You know what? I'll do my warrior next. We'll go with Gideon from Gideon the Nine. She is great at fighting. Would earn. She would probably earn Darth Bane's respect, and she would definitely end up maybe hooking up with Guru by the end of the journey.
Whoa, hey.
All right.
This quest got a lot spicier. All right. I didn't strategize for this.
I didn't strategize at all. So I'm gonna go with my non-human. Yeah, my non-human, and that is Mogget from the Old Kingdom series. Now, I would have picked the disreputable dog, but we're not allowed to have overpowered characters. And Mogget is limited by his collar. I think he would make a great scout. He's very crafty. And of course, when we meet Darth Vader, you can take off his collar. And I think that would do Darth Vader in.
So he's like a dog, essentially?
No, Mogget's a cat.
Oh, a cat. Oh,
Yeah, which is why Drew doesn't like her the disreputable dog as much as as Mogget. He's a small white cat with a red collar and a bell on it.
right. Cats are cute. I get it.
This is not a cute cat.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's also a lot of fun as far as a character. He's very mean. He steals fish a lot. That might be important.
You got to eat. I mean,
Exactly. I didn't think about him as a forager, but there we go.
pescatarian diet for your team. That's going to go far. I get it. Over there. All right. Jingles. So far, you have Leland and Orlando the Axe.
And I'm gonna do my wild card. I think. For this, we're going with Tasselhoff Burfoot from the Dragonlance series. The reason
Okay.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from Todd.
That's the wild card. Yeah. And I think the reason we're going for this is because he's a knockoff Hobbit. So we know they have a really good time, really good track record of getting into Mordor, not Doom. They're sneaky, can't be seen very well, and he adds a little bit of levity to what's about to be like a pretty dark team. So, get that in.
So like store brand hobbits, pretty much.
Pretty much.
All right, so I get the whole gist of what to do and where to go. Nice. All right.
Okay, so it's my warrior's turn. I'm going with.
Whoa.
Oh wait. Oh,
Skipper,
sorry.
yeah, right.
Sorry, I lost count.
It's fine. It's fine. Thinking anyway where to go. All right. So I think I'm going to go with my villain since they're going quit. Well, they're off the board, so I can pick whoever I want. I'm going to go with. I have to pick a Hob character because she's the best, and I'm going to go Kennet from the Live Ship Trader series. And villain. Panda, you would know this if you read Live Ship. So Kenneth, Cloth, what is that, like a guy who works at Walmart? No, Kennet, Kennit. So he is a pirate king from the Live Ship Traders. This guy has luck that rivals Matt from the Wheel of Time. He is very persuasive with anyone that comes across him. And he seemed, even though his intentions seem good on the outside, they're always devious on the inside, but they do look like they're nice. And, he's going for the right thing. And also, he's a pirate king. So I'm assuming there's going to be water somewhere along this journey. And I don't see any ship captains on yours. I don't think Darth Bane's going to be sailing a schooner. You're talking about, so I'm talking.
That's okay. Baru would have already thought of a workaround for that.
That's true. She made a dam or something. Yeah. So yeah, Kenneth, I feel like he can at least get us across the ocean before screwing my team up somehow. Between him and Baez, really getting risky. Loyal is not in good company. So that's the truth. All right, so that's
kind of scared for Loyal, honestly.
I'm kidding. He's not going to be with us long. Yeah. We're going to explain his job in the group, and it's not to be with us. It's fine. He's going to go pester that cat. That's just rummaging fish.
You don't want to pester Mogget. He pesters back.
Yeah. Kermit, could you give me their name and address, please, Panda? I'll have to talk with them later. All right, so I'm going to go with my warrior fighter. And again, another great author. I'm going to go with Sigrid from City of Stairs for Robert Jackson Bennett, City of Stairs. There we go, Drew. I know I got his vote. What's there to say about Sigrid? He's kind of like a store brand Logan Nine Fingers in a way from First Law, and I already have First Law's character.
I was going to say, I think that's fine.
Yeah, and so he's, he gets in his crazy fighting hazes and just kills people. And I feel like he's pretty loyal to, at least if he respects you and you save him, he'll be loyal to the very end. And just stay away from his daughter, and you'll be good. I think all my team just has to do that, and he'll be on their side. So I think, we got a pretty evil team going, except for the jolly guy from Wheel of Time. But I think that'll get. I don't know why I tried to pick all villains. Wow, spoilers.
What's your plan with the Death Star plans when you have?
I think when they get the Death Star plan, they might just join Darth Vader and say, "Hey, we're here to help. Just give us the Death Star plans and let's do it." So never said you had to save the world. We just had to get it first. So they might be a fan of my team. Or he might. I don't know.
All right. Let's see here. I'm gonna say my leader for last, I think.
Yeah.
So for my warrior fighter, I'm choosing Paxinarian Dorthan's daughter from the Deed of Paxinarian. And I'm choosing her because she is a paladin and is very well protected by her god. So I'm hoping that we get a little extra defense on this one. She's not a very happy person, so not improving that at all in my team. But yeah, I think she's just a good brute, a good brawn.
Looking at our warriors, who has the edge now? I haven't read Gideon.
Gideon? I don't know the other two very well, but Gideon's pretty good.
It's no bias there.
I was gonna steal Logan from you, but I
would have walked off. Thank you.
Knowing that you took bias.
All right.
So now it's my turn.
Where is she gonna go?
So I'm picking Crystal Fletcher from the utterly uninteresting and unadventurous tales of Fred the Vampire Accountant.
The most deadly of people.
by Drew. Hayes.
We don't stand a chance. Everyone. Call it off. Call it off. I knew when money got involved.
I'm not going to tell you all the reasons why I'm picking her because you have to get to the end of the first book to know why I'm picking her for sure. But just trust me, she's a super powerful warrior. She's also works for a shady governmental organization that fights malevolent creatures like vampires, even though she ends up dating a vampire.
Oh, spill the tea.
No, that's like in the first chapter. Yeah, and so she's sneaky and she can keep a secret and she's deadly. And also you should read that book because it's really good and it's also very short. And funny. It's also funny.
Crystal Jenkins.
Fletcher. Well, she's Fletcher in this book.
Somebody made me think of Leroy Jenkins. Thank you for changing.
What are you doing?
I would like Panda to thank Panda for carefully spell correcting every single character.
Yeah. Or else my villain would have been Kenneth, who works at Abercrombie and Fitch.
You guys can't see it.
No, but that's okay.
Oh.
Tasselhoff, barefoot,
Tasselhoff, barefoot.
like David Hasselhoff. Todd knows what I'm talking about.
We're just gonna have to take. We're gonna have to take a picture of this so that we can post it with our episode.
I think the camera's on it.
Oh, it is.
Okay,
Okay.
on it. There you go.
Never mind.
Yeah. Pam
we're
is
all
actually the
judging
star
you,
of this episode. All right, we're good. Fighters are all out. So Storm, you're rounding out your team. You got to make a good case for these last two.
Yeah, so my wild card, we're gonna have not a scorched earth, but a broken earth policy here, and we're gonna go with Essen from the 5th season by N.K. Jemisin. We'll use the 5th season version of her, and she has quite a bit of destructive power, and Baru will want to destroy Mordor on the way out. So,
Sounds about right.
she would have earned Baru's respect for everything that she has gone through and accomplished through her force of will and power. Yeah, and so that my non-human companion, we're going back and forth on this.
The best for last.
Yeah, we'll do Ivory, the Inksprun from the Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson.
Our first Sanderson. Wow.
Yes, who would be able to advise Buru on some of the more magical obstacles that they may encounter on their way to Mount Doom, and would also be a check on Buru's intelligence, and with at least slightly more compassion.
I gotta say, Storm, I love how like every character you have, it's like you're saying how all right, they're gonna balance out Baru. So,
It's gonna be.
it's like, not how they're gonna win. Our teams are like, all right, I got Baru, and we just gotta level her out, and we're all good.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a good. I didn't even think of Spren when I was like thinking non-human. I was thinking obviously robots, like the robot from Rocky 4 or something. But I didn't.
Reaper Sheep was going to be the other one I was thinking of.
Oh, that was.
But I think, yeah. But
One of my non-human companions was Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide.
Nice.
He would depress everybody so much that they will kill themselves and give up.
The darkest strategy.
That's what
All of our enemies will kill themselves.
I was kind of going the route decent for my other non-human option. I was thinking just bring a Dune worm. It's like
No, because we said
How
no
much-
eagles.
how
and
much
that's too much
sand?
like eagles.
Is there a
they're
lot
not
of
going to
sand?
get you there right away.
Hit something eventually.
They might have problems with like all the acid holes and whatnot that's in Mordor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can only go so far, and you'd be like,
Yeah.
all right.
unless they go deep enough underground.
All right. That's your team, Storm. Also, great job with your descriptions. I like how you have it all written out. I appreciate that.
Somewhat.
So Red, so you're finishing off your team with a wild card.
So there's a couple reasons why I'm picking this character, and one of them is because I've been trying to get people on the Discord to read this series.
What it's all about.
So I'm picking Dante from the Collegia Magica by Carol Berg. So he's the most powerful magician of his time. He's very short-tempered, so he may lash out at our group, which might not go well, but he's also very good at deadly magic. And so that's why. And, you know, like I said, you don't even really ever know where he's going, what he's doing.
Keep thinking your villain is Juilliard.
Julia.
Because he's got good moves.
He's
Act
very
their way out of there. Right to them. All right, very good. And Jingles, you got to pick a dear leader. How's this team
Well,
going to be led and formed?
I've got a lot of magic people, so I gotta choose a non-magic user. And
So I got that roll.
Yeah. All right. Who here knows Dirk Gently?
No.
Yeah. Dirk Gently's my leader.
Who's Dirk Gently?
He's just a guy. He's a guy who has a lot of things oddly work out for him. You know, I think he's gonna be a good balance for my Leland Gaunts and my chaotic Tasselhoff Burfoots.
Wait, who is it? Is he your friend? Who is this guy? Sounds like an inappropriate name. Is he from anything?
He's from Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency
Oh,
by
okay.
Douglas Adams.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he, his whole shtick is holistic detective. So he just kind of lets things fall as they will, and they kind of work out, and he solves the problem. And you know what? I think that's the best kind of person to have when you want
something like that.
when you want something like this to pan out. Especially when you choose to have someone who's like, you know, absolute evil. So, you know, not everyone will make it, but
No,
it'll all be to the greater.
Will anyone
plan.
make it? I'm looking at all of our teams.
It'll all work out in the end because everyone will do exactly what they were supposed to do to get to the goal, which was to get.
But if nobody makes it, then do they actually steal the death plans, or is it just over?
Well, not someone will make it.
Yeah. Come on, be optimistic. Look at these names. I feel like if someone walked into this room, so Dirk Gently, Kenneth, Maggot, Juilliard, Crystal Fletcher.
It's not Maggot, it's Mogget.
Mogget, sorry. It's all right. All right. I gotta go. Let's see. My team's not making it past like 20 meters out of the first. All right, so my leader. This one's also. I feel like I'm just pandering to Drew with some of these. I'm going to pick from Daniel Polanski's The Builders. The leader is going to be the captain. Is his name? He is a mouse, first of all, and he has a history of leading a crew of people on a one last mission type of ordeal. He's not scared of anything. He won't be scared. Loyal. That's such a stupid pick. He might be scared. He might be at least annoyed by him. Yeah, and I think he's cute, and so he's deceiving when they say, "Oh, this mouse is leading a team of a fat wizard and a pirate, whatever Loyal is, and Sigrid." And I think it would just not enough to kind of balance it out where they'd get far enough. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way we're beating Darth Bane. Anyone there? It's just an odd mixture. It's doable. Doable.
Well, Mogget could definitely take it.
Mogget could take it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
He could have almost been my warrior, but
yeah.
But I almost picked Gertrude for my wild card.
Okay. Yeah. So there's our teams. This definitely wasn't lasting as long as I thought it would. But thank God. Does anyone in the crowd have an idea whose team they think would make it the furthest? Obviously, no one's actually going to make it, but who would make it? Just a glimpse Darth Vader from like 20 miles away.
Oh.
Thank you, Kurt. How could you? Yeah, I would have known about this Dirk Gently. He was a porn star. I'm like, what are you doing?
Given what Matt Woolley said earlier, that it sounds like Leland Gaunt was also quite asking for chaos.
Leland, yeah, is just as much a villain as a wild card. I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
I'd have to reread. Okay, I'll have to reread the trilogy.
It seems like
Distinct lack of
so it seems like by the comments, Jingles by default, no one found too much fault with your team that you have to win. Because no one mocked it or said they love it, but no one looks.
No one liked it either.
Well, it's not the worst.
That's true. I should get in there too.
Yeah, we're pandering to the tide. Anyway, so I think that was fun, and that was a quick episode. We didn't have much else other than that, just to kind of do a fun little, little thing. And
Although I would like to correct you about something.
if it's about Hob, we're done here.
No.
And thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
It's that this is our second live stream.
Green team live stream?
Yeah.
Oh. I was drunk, I guess, the last one. So no, I'm not in Portland.
We just didn't have it on camera. This is our first episode on camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So really, a first ever live stream on camera. Let's see our beautiful faces and see how the magic happens.
I think since the rules are made up and the points don't matter, that none of us should have to read Ready Player 1 or Ready Player 2
for the rest of our lives.
Technically, it was our characters, not us.
Okay.
Which I would feel really bad for Dante. He's a big reader, and I don't think he'd like those
Imagine
books.
Darth Bane cracking open Ready Player 2.
I mean,
not again.
Like, what if every book that they open just automatically changes?
That's the rule. We made it.
If it's not written in
that was a cruel.
metal.
Yeah, it's the cruelest thing we could think of. I didn't know it was. Okay, thank you guys for watching us and listening to us. For Yeti Beats, for Storm, for Little Red Book, for Jingles here, for the Green Team. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Breezy 30 minutes.
Yeah. That's
one more for the road. We are just about to wrap up. We are. I don't know. I don't know when to start saying this, but I've had so much fun today. This has been.
And now I'm here.
And now.
It was great.
Ryan
shut up.
All right, so Ryan is here, which means we can finally break out the wheel. We'll do a Wheel of Tangents episode. Now, this will be similar to the Q&A, except for those listening on the episode that I'll put together, you missed out. If you weren't participating in the live stream, we answered, a little more touchy, personal questions. Now we're just going to have some ridiculous fun, I think. So we're going to spin the Wheel of Tangents, and we'll see where we end up. Anything else to add before we spin, or should we make Stephanie do the honors?
I think we make
Stephanie has never done a Wheel of Tangents episode. This is a crime, and lest I go to jail, spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
All right.
I just go all the way around.
What I'm supposed to do when I'm earnestness.
Okay, what do we got? All right, read it out for us, Stephanie.
Would you prefer to have a pet dragon or a pet dinosaur?
Pet dragon versus pet
From
dinosaur.
Nat.
From who?
Nat.
Matt. Okay. From Nat.
Nat.
Okay. Pet dragon versus pet dinosaur. You know what? No, Stephanie, first time. You do the honors. You're up, slugger.
Do I get to choose what kind of dragon / dinosaur?
You get to choose whatever you want. It's the Wheel of Tangents.
You can choose to lean in just a little more. I'll tell you that.
I can or not. I think I would choose. I don't know. I feel so stressed about this.
What?
A dragon.
Okay.
One with wings that can fly.
Are we assuming that this is a classical European fire-breathing dragon?
Sure.
Unless you say otherwise.
Turn this into one of those genie stories where they're you can wish for what you want, but then the genie can hand you a dragon that's 6 inches big.
Right.
I want a dragon I can ride, and it's
or it's like a Komodo dragon. Its saliva is venomous to you.
It's got spikes straight up. You can sit wherever you want on that. Yeah.
Depending on what kind of fun you want to have today.
Oh, hey.
Todd?
Did we start the Legendarium after dark? Has that started already?
First spin, and we're already at butt plugs. Let's move on.
Yes, but fire-breathing butt plugs.
I think I would have a dragon. I would have a dragon that would be after the style of the dragons of Pern.
Okay, all right.
And it would go between, and I would come out wearing my furs, and I would have so much fun feeding it rocks and having it burn things.
Okay. Wow.
Do you want to switch places?
I regret asking the question.
Yes, Little Red.
Would you time travel with the dragon or dinosaur?
With the dragons of Pern?
Oh, dragons of Pern. Oh, yeah.
Duh. But I would not go back and look at myself.
Ryan?
So, generally speaking, I would say dragon. Like everyone else, I think there's more options there. But lately, I've been working through a series called Dungeon Crawler Carl, and they have a pet chicken velociraptor. Yeah. A pet. It is a pet chicken velociraptor. That is the accurate description. Named Mongo. He's hilarious and great, and it kind of makes me want to have a little pet velociraptor that I can send in, to do my bidding places. So,
do your bidding?
Yeah. It. I promise it makes so much more sense if you read the book. It's all there. But in general, yes, the dragon. A general dragon type feeling is the. I feel like that's the cooler of the options.
I think I have to say dragon, but there's a part of me that says, okay, this is a pet. That means that there is some mutual affection, right? Okay, so a pet is not, generally speaking, eating your face off or whatever, right? And so I might say, instead of flying through the air on the tip of the food chain dragon, I would want to go the opposite direction and get like a megalodon pet, like the biggest dinosaur, whale, fish, shark thing that ever existed. That could and I would ride it like the sandworms from Dune around the ocean. This I see literally no downside as long as it's not eating my face up.
My stomach is just like cringing because one of the stupidest real fears I have
As megalodons.
is one of those.
Really?
Yes, I cannot watch the new Jurassic Park movies. Like,
That's what made me think of it. So, in that case, Stephanie, spin the wheel.
Ooh, that's a good spin.
That's a good sound. I
Big
like
money,
that sound.
big money.
Okay. Which two bad, quote unquote, bad books would you combine to make a good one? Oh, an anonymous question. Which two, quote unquote, bad books would you combine to make a good one? I've got nothing. I want to throw in, what's the third first law book that I didn't care for? Was Last Argument of Kings. Okay, so I have my okay, the audience says it's not a bad book. That's fair. It's a book I didn't care for, so we're going with subjective criteria here. But what would I combine it with to make it better? You know what it is? Okay, I liked a lot of the first law setup. You know, like book one, I had a good time with book one. Book two, I struggled with a little more, but I liked the setup and the world was good and whatnot. It's just the ending didn't land for me. Oh no, this isn't a bad book. That doesn't count. I need a kind of a bad book with a good ending.
That's probably like coming up with like bad books.
Like Dune Messiah
Can
or something.
I mix?
Oh, stop it!
Can
I
I
can't believe you
put
said
like Twilight and the Expanse series?
Sparkly vampires in Spain.
But would they really sparkle? Because they're nowhere near the sun.
Oh, would
yeah,
always
they
be out in
sparkle
the
even
sun.
more. Even more.
There's nothing but sparkle out there. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. What you so 50 Shades was Twilight fanfic, right? So if you put them together and Bella and what's his name are getting real saucy, maybe that would be more fun for people who didn't care for either of those.
In zero gravity.
In space.
Just put in space at the end of whatever it is, and it works.
Should we spin the wheel again? This is a hard one. Let's spin it again.
I was working on it. We're gonna come back to that.
You're right. Okay, that's fine. We can come back to it.
The Bible in Jurassic Park.
But how would you make it good after that?
Jesus comes in on a T-Rex. It's all good.
I want to thank everybody for coming today. We have to end. That's.
And we're all gonna go now.
I think we're done here. Honestly, what's even the point of continuing?
I really need that on a shirt now.
Is this like? Isn't there a painting of like Donald Trump with an AR-15 on the back of a T-Rex or something? Am I imagining things?
It's a thing.
Okay, all right.
So we've decided he's Jesus? Or?
Oh,
I wasn't going to say that.
Okay. We have Kip Dan. Would you want to live on a future space station?
Yes. Kip
No.
Dan asked, would you want to live on a future space station? Get me off this rock. I'm Luke Skywalkering myself out of here. Absolutely. I mean, once my kids are grown up, they can take care of themselves at that point.
I mean, in general, I would want to.
You could be the first podcaster on Mars one day.
That's not a space
the
station.
proudest title you could possibly carry. Yeah, take that, Elon Musk. I got my podcast out before you.
That's okay. You fly to there on one of his ships. So
Yeah.
I'm sure he owns part of it.
Is it you make it to Mars and you and Elon light up fat blunts together?
We get high sitting in a Cybertruck on our voice memos app. Like, this is a quality podcast. Red everywhere, but we're safe in here.
I'll tell you what I love about the color red,
And
man.
Cheetos. Lots and lots and lots of Cheetos.
All right.
I've got Cheeto dust everywhere. It's everywhere.
What the hell was
I
the
don't-
question?
Would you
Space station.
Space
Space
station.
station.
Future
Okay.
space station.
A future space station.
The problem is it's like any real estate venture. I need to know more about what I'm moving into. Okay. If it's just like if we're thinking about something like, a space station as we think about it now, we currently have International Space Station, maybe a little bit more space, whatever. No.
What about Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century?
How has nobody mentioned that on this podcast up till now, besides me?
But I want to
Thank you, Stephanie.
I want to draw the
Don't know what
attention
that
of
is.
everybody to the fact that Ryan is doing again what he did on our D&D episode, where he's like, "So, is there a health plan? Is there?" The point is, have fun, have an adventure. Of
I
course
need-
we're gonna do that space
I
station.
think so. So we all have our quotes. Mine are generally obnoxious. Ryan's are funny. Ken's are inadvertently funny. But Todd, you're in that D&D episode. Have you guys heard that one from like way back? It's like episode 40 or something. Todd said, "You are adventurers." And I think about that. I'm not kidding. I think about that line minimum twice a week. When I'm like
That's
sitting
your
at
Roman
home.
Empire.
I'm sitting. That's my Roman Empire. Yeah, I'm sitting at home, and I'm like cross stitching. I'm cross stitching and worrying about taxes. And I hear Todd go, "Get up and do something, you idiot." Yeah, I legit think about that line a lot. That is your legacy. So
Thank you.
congratulations.
I'll take it.
My favorite from that though was actually, "We are men of meat."
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was such an awesome one.
And why haven't we played since then?
Yeah.
'Cause-
Something about men of me, I'm sure.
So short, probably not. I need more of the
Gravity.
world around. I need to be able to go out and stuff. So if I have like a way to facilitate that part of it, so I feel like a holodeck, something like that, then I can. Yeah, I'd love to live on a space station. It'd be great. But
Yeah. Oh, all I heard was porn. That's all it is. I want the holiday. If I can have a holiday.
Stephanie,
I'm a no. I like the outdoor date. Like,
she likes that there is outdoors.
I
She
like
doesn't like to be in it.
here's outdoors. You just have to wear a pressure
Yes.
suit to go and enjoy it. I
I've
am
seen way too many like horror space movies. of
Oh
your-
my
The
goodness.
word was horror,
Horrors.
not okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Where they're like trapped or whatever.
You were back in the holodeck, wasn't he? Yeah. And I am an absolute yes. In a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
Sign me up right
Todd,
now.
we'll go hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Absolutely. Did you guys ever watch For All Mankind?
No.
It's on Apple TV Plus.
I've
It's a counterfactual, like an alternate history
is that the one
show.
where the Russians get
The
to
Russians get to the moon first
Yeah.
in the first episode, and so like, what would the Cold War and space race have been like if that had happened? And eventually, they do create like a hotel in space, and things go really well. Don't worry about it; it was all totally fine.
It's on Apple TV. It was obviously
There
all
was
totally fine.
it's not a perfect show. There are a lot of little problems with it, but still super fun. I recommend that one a lot.
Okay.
So you would like that a lot.
I have looked at it a couple of times.
Okay.
Trying to get it.
Spin that wheel. Let's see what we got. Hey, okay. If you had, by the way, the white paper there says earnestness. For those who don't know, okay, so we'll see if we ever land on it. If you had to have an intelligent party member from a sci-fi fantasy series, who would you pick from Kiptan? Okay, so if you had to have an intelligent
What are
party
we doing?
member, what's the adventure?
Party, like, is it an adventure? Am I talking political party? Like, what are we doing here?
No. It's the Y2K in Andrea Billings' basement party when we were 14. That kind of party.
Maybe
There was
it's-
no intelligence there, by the
Maybe,
way.
maybe it's a dinner party. It's a dinner party, and you're going to have this person you're going to have dinner with. How about
Okay,
that?
a dinner
We're doing
party.
that. Keep Chance probably sitting back there going, no.
I meant
want to take out
TNT.
TNT.
If he's on and he can tell us, then we can clarify.
An intelligent party member. Do I? The problem is with the books we read, especially with fantasy. Sci-fi is a different beast, but with fantasy, as soon as somebody gets too smart, the tension goes away because they just like figure things out, right? So everybody has to be a little dumb and make dumb decisions to create tension in
Yes.
situations, right? So I mean, that's not a blanket statement, but that seems I'm having trouble coming up with intelligent Pippin. You'll need someone of intelligence on this mission quest thing. Okay, there's mine.
Okay.
Take Pippin. In other words, Kiptan, who gives a crap? This is a weird question. I don't know.
Just pulling a random party member out of any science fiction fantasy.
You guys can answer too if you want. Just saying.
I already mentioned Mongo. I have my chicken velociraptor.
The velociraptor.
My question is intelligence level. He's not quite.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I'll take Yasna. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Although she and I are going to butt heads a lot.
Yes,
but,
you are.
But maybe in the fun way too.
Probably not.
You're doing
back
it wrong.
on the holodeck. Back on the holodeck, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think I'm talking about the one on your shoulders?
So, mine. I think I would choose Harry Dresden.
Okay. Defend thyself.
Are you kidding?
No.
He's a wizard. Why wouldn't you want a wizard with you, especially a wizard who has?
The question is around intelligence, not powers.
Yeah. Haven't you? In order to be a wizard, you have to be smart. You have to be intelligent.
I've seen Harry Potter. That's not true.
Okay. Maybe.
And also, I've read 3 Dresden books. I'm going to call dubious on that one.
So, just because he makes questionable decisions doesn't mean he isn't smart. It just means that he has momentary lapses in his judgment. And that's what makes him fun to have around.
As evidence of his lack of intelligence.
Oh, no, I think we've got lots of intelligent people who have lapses in judgment all around us all the time. They're called Congress.
Well, I thought he meant literally.
Wow.
Right now.
Okay. That's all right. All right. Spin that wheel.
You let Stephanie and Ryan off the hook.
Oh, did you guys have one?
No.
So
I
yes,
like,
I'm
what's her bucket? Naomi?
Naomi from Expanse.
Oh, yeah, from the Expanse.
Okay,
She would be a
that's
blast.
fair.
I was thinking James Holden from my
Ender.
first one.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
Ender would be damaged, but
Smart.
smart.
If we're going for intelligence,
No, he just keeps really smart people around.
Okay,
Mazer
not bad.
Racket.
Not bad.
Okay, would you?
we did this one.
Oh, okay. Would you spin again, please? All right. What is the superior format? Mass market paperback, trade paperback, hardback, ebook, or audiobook? From Tormir. This is actually a great question.
That is
I
a
think
great
that's
question.
yeah, excellent. You and Kiptan should get together. You teach Kiptan. I love you, Kiptan. No, I think that's a great question. What do you guys have any thoughts?
It depends on what we're talking about. Best format for what?
You get to
me-
decide. That this is the question.
For
So-
me, the best format for consumption
Mhm.
is audiobook. I have done more audiobooks. I've read more audiobooks or consumed more audiobooks than trade paperback, hardback, any other style in the last 10 years. So I think it's a tremendously useful format for getting things out.
Yeah.
I love the others, but I think that one's the best.
Okay.
I don't know if audiobook's necessarily the best, like the superior, because I have to admit, and I don't have a chance to do it ever, but I really enjoy reading a hardback book.
Mhm.
Like sitting on my bed with a hardback, I think is probably the superior format, even though audiobook is what I consume the most because it's easier.
Agreed. If you want to feel superior about your life, buy a hardback book. If you want to consume more,
No,
get audiobook.
you're thinking of leatherback.
Leatherback, hardback.
Yeah,
You bet.
yeah.
Leather bound.
Whatever it's called.
Wait a
Leatherback.
minute, stop.
Leatherback sounds like a creature from Star Wars.
Leather. Never mind.
This is going in bad dirt.
All right.
Right.
Ryan, what do you think?
Audiobook is my preferred format because it involves a level of additional performance. Hardback is my preferred for archival purposes. Like there's a somewhat one that I really like, then I will keep a hardback copy of an archival. But for general, just having a book around mass market, that's kind of my setup in that.
I love it so much. Yeah. All right, my turn.
Yep.
Trade paperback. Okay. Not because it's necessarily the best, because everything you've said is true. Archival purposes, performance. Although I will say that is, for me, it's a drawback because if it's a poor performance or one that, like, basically audiobooks do color the way I think about characters in a way that reading it might not convey.
I like fight.
Right, but it's so convenient to have audiobooks at the tip of our fingers now. But trade paperbacks, as a rule, with some exceptions, are the best for note taking. They have the best margins. They're generally easier to read. Either the type is going to be a little bit bigger, or if the type isn't bigger, there are fewer pages, and it's frankly just less psychologically intimidating. And I mean, it's a real thing. You pick up a trade paperback that's 750 pages, or not a mass market that's 750 pages. You're like, oh my gosh. And if you don't reduce the typeface and you put it in trade paperback, suddenly it's 500 pages, and it's just easier to digest, to pick up and go, I can make it through this. This is fun.
I'll take that.
But I think ultimately it comes down to note taking. It's actually pretty important for me in books because I have a shite memory and I need my notes. So, there you go.
Cool.
Okay.
Spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel.
Like, I don't know why I'm taking notes on a book. I just want to...
You can go take care of it.
Which book would you unpublish if you could? Anonymous.
Wow. What were the ones we were talking about with the bad books?
The cat
I should probably
in the
not say
hat.
Bible in Jurassic Park.
I struggle with this. I've read some really, really bad books, or bad sections of bad books. But I don't want to burn bridges. I don't want to say. I really don't. Like, I could name names. I could name titles. I don't think I should do it. The exception would be, nope, done. Calamity. That sucked. Sorry, Brandon.
I don't want to burn bridges, but the #1 fantasy author currently right now. Let's go ahead and take a swing at him.
No, because if Brandon knows anything, he knows how much I love his books as a rule, but not everything works. I would unpublish Calamity, give him another 6 to 12 months to work on it, and then republish it. So there you go. There's my answer. Okay, I didn't want to kick some lowly self-pub author or something in some horribly mean way. So Brandon can take it. He doesn't care.
His bank account, I don't think.
Yeah, no, his bank account is going to be
not
fine.
at all,
Wait,
not at
do you guys did you think of anything?
Um,
Todd thought of something.
I thought of a few. But the one that keeps popping into my head, I'm not sure it's even a real book. But if it is a real book, it certainly would deserve to be unpublished. It came from a Monty Python skit.
Okay.
And the title of the book is Ethel the Aardvark Goes Quantity Surveying. If that is a real book, it deserves to be unpublished.
Well, that's an answer. Let's spin that wheel.
I don't have an answer. I don't have.
Would you want to live? No, I don't.
We did that one.
Sorry.
We did that one.
Sorry, Kip. We're skipping.
We should have a way to block them out.
Yeah, I know.
we've done this enough times.
we can remove the tile, and then just take whatever's closest. Is that the one? Hang on. If we land on one that we've already done, let's take it out of the wheel.
Which deceased author would you like to interview?
Which
For
deceased author would you like to interview? I wonder what Craig is going to pick. Let us all wonder aloud what Craig is going to pick. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is he dead?
I am now.
And you may be later.
I'm trying to decide if I should come up with another answer or have a long, boring justification for why. That's my.
This is the Wheel of Tangents, Craig. You can do whatever you would like.
And really, we all know why. So
I don't think you do.
I sat through those episodes. Like I do know.
She was in the next room with the baby while we did those episodes. Not mine.
Yeah, that just took a turn. Earnestness, where is it? Terry Pratchett.
Oh, good one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
More modern, recent. You know, I'd love to just his comedic mind was so great. I'd love to just sit and see if that kind of went through in conversation and that sort of thing. I think it'd be really, really great to sit and chat with Pratchett.
Chat with Pratchett. No. Sorry. Go on. Move on. Okay. Anybody else?
I don't.
The Bible.
All of the authors of the Bible.
The Bible authors.
They did a dinner once. It didn't go well.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dinner was fine. It was the after party.
Yes.
I haven't done well around alive authors that I've had to chat with. I can't imagine having one that's dead go any better.
I mean, they should probably be reanimated and alive there. You're not dealing with zombie Jules Verne. Like,
It's still like.
Todd, did you have one?
Heinlein.
Heinlein. Oh, I would have a lot of questions for Heinlein.
Tons.
Not necessarily ones he'd be thrilled about, but yeah, I'd have a lot of questions. Yeah, I've said it many times on the show. Part of the value of a book is its own intrinsic value and what it gives to you, but it can be really valuable to have a book that sparks a ton of discussion.
Yeah.
And so, as I've done some, who's the Le Guin? Like Le Guin would be a great example of that for me, where I'm like, I don't really care much for most of what I've read of Le Guin, but it makes for excellent conversation. And she would be fascinating to talk to.
Yeah.
Like based on her books. So yeah, I think Heinlein would be right along those same lines. Yeah, good one.
Cool, thanks.
Can we take that tile out?
I don't know how.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I tried taking this one out.
Okay. Never mind.
I don't think we can take the tiles out.
No,
Are they dry erase? We can just put a mark through them.
Or I could just read them as they pop up, and I'll be like, "Oh, we already did that one." And I'll
or
start
we
again.
could be more organized next time.
Wait 10 years. We'll be more organized next time.
would you
Rather inherit a zoo or an amusement park?
Oh, would you rather inherit a zoo or an amusement
Am I a
park?
member of the Disney family?
No.
Are they dinosaur? Is it a dinosaur zoo? I'm just wondering.
Is this the product of fun or hubris?
Well, it didn't say I own. Like, if you want to own it, it says inherit. So I'm assuming.
Which would mean you would own it at that
But
point.
like, it was.
You didn't build it.
Then someone gave it to me.
You didn't build that. Never mind. Sorry. That's 15 years out of date.
Amusement park, because it's probably 20% less feces I'm dealing with.
That's generous.
Yeah.
That's
but probably 50% more barf because I've worked in an amusement park. Trust me.
Fair enough.
If you inherit it, you're not mopping.
Yeah, I'm not cleaning it. I just.
We don't know what state this is in. I've read Goosebumps and other books where they're like,
I would have gotten away with it too.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for
For those lousy kids.
yeah.
The Chernobyl amusement park.
I really want that to be a real thing.
Oh, I love it.
No, I mean, I love roller coasters. And also, zoos make me deeply, deeply uncomfortable. I think they're valuable, especially with certain species or whatnot that kind of require them at this point to live. So I get all of that, but going to a zoo and seeing the animals in their little cages or enclosures or whatever, it makes me very, very sad. And roller coasters are very, very fun. So this is not hard. Yeah. In fact, those of you who are here in the room, we're in Utah right now. We actually have a really wonderful amusement park called Lagoon. It's, over the past 5 or 6 generations, it's really become something remarkably fun as an amusement park. But they have a zoo section. They have some tigers and monkeys or something. It is the saddest, most awful thing you've ever seen.
There?
It is still there. And it's like, I just want to break the locks and burn that place to the ground. Let the animals out. And I cannot stand that they have that little zoo
Menagerie.
there. It's awful. Yeah. So
then he turns around and he goes on the cannibal.
that's a ride. It's called the cannibal. I don't get on a cannibal. And it's
while he's eating. So after hearing all of you, and especially Craig's impassioned statement about zoos, I think I'm on for the amusement park. And I will just carry a little tag that says owner so that I can jump in the front of the line with whatever.
Might as well have a tag that just says dick on it. Right?
It would. It says owner.
I've changed my name. It's Richard. I will say I miss the Lazy Susan, but I like the click. It's very satisfying.
That's cool.
We're getting to the point where you're just going to have to pick some. So.
What's your favorite candy?
Oh. The hardest question we've ever got.
You can only eat one candy for the rest of your life.
Okay.
It's licorice.
Which one?
I prefer Twizzlers.
You're a monster.
I know. But I love red vines. But like my travel candy, I always get a bag of either
Licorice?
Sun Chips or the sour cream cheddar.
She's the
Lay's.
person you want to be next to on the plane
I
because
know.
you'll smell what she has.
I know. And like nibs or the
onions.
licorice bites.
Nips.
That's like my
Nibs?
travel
Okay.
go-to. Anytime I have to go to a gas station or the airport, if I'm going to be in traveling for a while.
Can I combine this question with the deceased author question?
What deceased author do you want to eat?
What's
Cube them up
made
and
from you?
put them in the dehydrator and munch on them later. No, there's a deceased candy that no longer exists. That is my all-time favorite candy, and it was Starburst hard candy. They made this for a while, circa 2002, somewhere in there, give or take a little while. Single best cough drop I've ever had. They're tasty. They're Starburst. They're
Oh, you're saying the Starburst star. I'm like, you're considering cough drop as candy here? Okay.
yeah.
I
No,
really love Ricola. They're mine.
Ludens were mine. Yeah, thank you.
I like hard candies. They last a little while. I'm like the old lady in the back pew at church, like butterscotch, like handing out.
You can just end that phrase. I'm like the old lady.
So there you go. That's my favorite.
So I have discovered. I literally was having this. It's not a conversation when it's with yourself, right?
Can be.
Just the other day about like I really struggle with the concept of favorites because it all is situational things.
But today, your favorite.
Yeah. So I'm going to sound like a pretentious.
Oh yes.
Ritter Sport. Chocolate.
Can you just say it like a normal person though? Is that like
Ritter Sport?
you know you're not saying the R right? Anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying it with a Spanish R, a German I, a Russian T,
and a Brazilian Q.
Yes. It's silent.
The seven is silent.
Yeah, so that one specifically, the one that has the butter biscuit inside of it, is like my favorite.
Butter
chocolate
biscuit
candy.
was actually my prison nickname.
I know. I've seen that tattoo. Yeah, that's probably it. But when I can't get to something like that, then Twix is kind of my fallback. That's my candy
Twix
of choice.
is that's a solid choice.
The common man's candy.
Okay, no, let me ask you this. Would you Twix, we're drilling down into the important stuff now. Do you get the $1.50 regular stock standard Twix with the 2 bars? do you want the king size with the
He
4
only
bars,
gets the
or
left
do you get
size.
the little fun size? So that it's like, oh, I'm only consuming 4,800 calories and not 90,000 calories.
Does not matter. Size doesn't matter, Craig.
Take notes, everybody. Okay, this
we
is
might
important.
actually have all 3 at our house right now.
It's probably true.
Yeah.
Okay,
If I have to choose one, though, I'd normally just grab the normal size.
the regular
candy.
size. Yeah. Did we get one from Todd?
We did
Oh.
not. If I were to, the two that would compete.
Click
all
the
would be
sport.
fine. No.
Butter biscuit.
Not even if you paid me. Cadbury dark chocolate eggs.
With what inside?
Just
just the little ones with
dark
the shell.
chocolate eggs. I buy those. I buy out all of them when I see them at the beginning of Easter, and then I portion them out for the entire rest of the year. I am on my last bag right now, and I'm trying to prevent myself from eating the last couple until I see replacements.
Nice.
But
choice.
the other one is and it's discontinued now, but it was the Twix peanut butter.
It was
had the
discontinued
chocolate-
for a reason.
Yeah, I was gonna
I know,
say.
because I think I was the only one that was buying it, and I was buying it everywhere I could find.
Well,
it.
I guess I shouldn't make fun because I said Starburst hard candy, and I was literally the only person in America who was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah. Chocolate cookie, peanut butter covered in chocolate. It was the bomb.
That does sound like a bomb. About 4 hours later.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. What's the
best?
word? Sword. What's the best sword in fantasy?
Have we done this before?
I feel like
I
it's
feel like
been
this is a
asked.
throwback. We've done this once before.
No.
If you could have any sword, what would it be?
And Ryan's like, oh, lightsaber.
No. I would have said he'd wanna.
Oh, let's play this game. Which sword? Pick Ryan's sword.
I'm not touching Ryan's sword with a 10-foot pole.
Welcome to the newlywed game, Legendarium style.
No, I would have said it would have been one of the Stormlight.
The shards.
Shards. Thank you. I was like, I can't remember for life what they're called. What do you think?
What do I think Ryan would like?
What about the
Ryan's sword either.
gunblade thing from Final Fantasy VII? That would be a good
The
one.
gunblade was 8.
8? Was that 8? No,
The Buster sword. The Buster sword was 7.
That was 7.
There
That was
was-
Cloud Sword. I thought one of his companions had a.
Vincent.
Is there literally nobody in this room who's yelling out the answer right now? Really?
Final Fantasy VIII had
Wow.
this was specifically had the guns were attached to the sword.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
more of a hallmark of it. There was probably something else later.
Oh,
on.
what about the Godric Gryffindor sword that you pull out of the hat and you're like, die, evil?
12?
Yeah, sure. Not the
You're gonna
movie.
pick all the swords, and you're gonna grab the little tinky Dirk style sword.
But the great thing about it is
That'd
it's
be-
always there when you need it.
You picked the one
Aw, how nice.
Right?
Bilbo and
Sting?
Sting.
yeah. I
Yeah.
don't even know
He
what
already
it's called.
said Narsil.
Yeah.
I really love the idea of Nightblood.
Oh. Oh. I have to bite my tongue.
I really like the idea of Nightblood. I think that is a great sword in fantasy science fiction because it also has literally a personality that you can connect with. In terms of maybe the most
Maybe you
powerful
can
out there, but yeah, I don't know. Excalibur, another great sword out there. I can rule England.
Anybody else?
Shout
From Malazan.
Malazan.
From Malazan. Okay. I officially have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah.
Take a sprint.
Kosal from Axe of Cain. Sorry, what?
No, you're good.
One that
I like that.
is it kind of like what's the most important step a man can take? The next one, right? Like what's the best sword?
right.
The one that just cut your enemy in half,
Yeah.
right? So
You know how that works, right?
pointy
Put it into the other man.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. The best sword is the one that helped me vanquish evil forever.
I think the best sword in fantasy science fiction is a Highlander sword.
Oh. Have you guys? There's a new Highlander coming out.
Yes.
Henry Cavill is doing the Highlander, facing off against Dave Bautista as Kurgan. And I was dubious for the last 20 years of my life about all these remakes and redos and whatnot. And then Top Gun made me go, I guess it's possible. And then Henry Cavill's like, I'm doing the Highlander. And I'm like, I'm freaking in, man.
Yeah.
Like, I will buy that theater out for that. You're all invited.
I'm all aboard.
Good pick. Henry Cavill approved.
Spin the wheel. Going the opposite direction.
Craig's mad that I.
No. Would you prefer?
We already did that.
Oh,
We already did that.
We did that one.
Did that.
oh,
We did that one. What do you imagine a realistic alien invasion of Earth looking like?
a real
Lady F.
They land, they look around, they go, nope.
The hell with that.
Just wait another 50 years. They'll take care of this for us. We'll be good.
Can you imagine it? This gets into.
I've watched too much Doctor Who to be able to give a good answer to this.
There's another Apple TV Plus show actually called Invasion. Has anybody else tried it? Don't. Because the problem with it is it's probably a bit too realistic. First of all, they bill it as like a Sam Neill show.
I like Sam Neill.
For a tiny part of it. So, and, like that kind of thing. And it's there's an alien invasion. Nobody knows what's going on, and they zoom in on several characters across the globe, and you don't give a rat's ass about any of them. And they don't. The idea is it's realistic because the characters don't know what's going on, and so you as the viewer don't know what's going on, so you don't care about them. You don't understand what's happening. There are no aliens. Everybody's just kind of scared and listening to the radio as they drive around in their cars. It sounds very realistic. Like if there was an alien invasion, I'm like, oh, now I got to get to my dad's basement because he's got all the good guns. So I'm going to get in my car and listen to the radio news report. And like, that's what would happen. And it freaking sucks. It's so boring. Like I just do that until the aliens finally come and, take out my intestines or something. And, so what would it look like? Garbage. It would not be fun or exciting. So there you go.
I think an alien invasion is not going to. It would be, if we're talking about a true alien invasion, an invasion of an alien species. I think it will be an illness that none of our antibiotics or other kinds of medical interventions can cure, and we discover very quickly that our immune systems are designed to deal with microbes that were grown in the same biome, and we are out in a matter of weeks.
This is really depressing.
Oh, so you're going the opposite of the H.G. Wells scenario and saying,
oh yeah,
they don't die, we all die. We're the Aztecs.
We are invaded,
and they're the Spaniards.
Correct. We are invaded by microbe spores
in Antarctica.
Something of that nature
that can
shapeshift. No, I mean I wouldn't go that direction, but I certainly would say very much like the Andromeda strain. We have a tendency to think of alien life as capable and intelligent and all those kinds of things, and it's very likely that it could be stupid and stuck in a ball of ice that drops onto the planet and we all just die from senseless causes.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
That's what bounces around inside my head when it's late.
And I thought my answer was going to quiet the room down too at Christmas.
I think that's because this one hit a little close to home.
Yeah.
We've all been through that. Let's not talk about that anymore.
I got sick once. That was fun. Let's talk about that more.
Should we go to Ernest? The wheel.
Do we have any more? Are there any others?
We have. Okay, so we have, what word annoys you the most while reading?
What word annoys you the most while reading? Who said that? Anonymous?
Lady S.
Ladies. Okay. What
Mom
word?
is what came to mind.
What was it?
Mom,
Wow.
but not while I'm actually.
So
reading.
not from the book. We went through a phase in our house when our kids were like 3 and 6, and it lasted about a year or two, where every phrase out of both of my children's mouths started with "Hey mom," "Hey mom," whatever, "Hey mom," this, "Hey mom," and I like by the end of the first year of that, I was like, violent thoughts. Oh, it was awful. So I sympathize. That's rough. I wasn't even mom. They weren't even talking to me. I could leave the room and not acknowledge it, but it still annoyed me so much.
I don't think that's what the question was asking.
No.
What word? Actually, you know what? I have an answer for this. Todd, what's yours?
Breasts.
Todd. Mine is actually nipples. It's a horrible word to begin with in any context, and oftentimes by the time you get to the word nipple, you're reading probably a really ill-begotten sex scene.
Or you dropped into the wheel of time and it went just a little too far because I'm hearing it all the time.
Anyone else?
Those don't bother me. I'm good.
Does it? So Todd and I are going to live in a space station and never talk about breasts ever.
Ever. And Ryan will be in the holodeck.
To go along with that, I think I've done more rants on she folded her arms under her breasts than anything else.
I just
I've done
would
that
have been
rant so many times.
Folding her arms under her breast from Wheel of Time, for those who aren't familiar, this is a much recurring phrase, would have been fine. It's like if he had said that 2 or 3 times over 14 books, that's fine. Like, okay.
2 or 3 times a chapter over 14 books.
What book are you on, Todd?
Hunter.
That's
Winter.
my complaint.
Winter's
Where else
Heart.
are they
Winter's
supposed
Heart.
to fold?
Yeah.
She folded her arms over her breast. Ah.
Just fold the
Around
arms.
her
Why
neck.
do we have to?
Thank you all for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate
Any
it.
others? Do we have any others?
Yeah, we did.
What's more important on stage? Good sound or good lighting? Good
Sound.
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 From all of the theater people.
Now, we should acknowledge that we're saying this because the sound sucks right now. Like, I'm sorry, live stream people. I know it's not the best, but the lighting is even worse. If they like, it's not great. We should have brought more lighting. So sorry about that.
That's all of them.
That's everything.
That's everything.
Except for earnestness.
Okay. Earnestness. I put this on here because I wanted to make sure that I got some stuff out. This is our finale for the day. So for everybody who's watching on the live stream, thank you so much. Really, really glad that you guys joined us. And I know there's been a lot of popping in and out, and so I'm not thanking everybody who was there. But thanks for participating, for the questions and whatnot. For everybody in the room, some were local, most were not. Thank you all for making the trek out. This is I was saying, Ryan wasn't here earlier. I was saying people would say, "Oh, you have fans coming up from all the way?" No, they have fans. They're all each other's fans. This is like, and it's so much fun to see you guys all in the same room and to see the living embodiments of the Discord names. So that's all awesome. I also want to make sure that we acknowledge the authors and publishers who sent books. So for those who are watching, we've had a freebie table in the back. For those who came, everybody's going home with tons of books. I'll be going home with quite a few that I'll give out. So watch for giveaway stuff. Maybe I'll put some stuff on Discord because I don't need this many copies of the same book. So Tor and Orbit both sent books. Kristen Simmons, Stephen Bruce, and Austin Freeman, they were 3 guests that I had in 2023. They all sent out multiple copies of their books. So huge thanks to them. And then also, if you don't mind me getting a little bit earnest, this is our 10-year anniversary. Yesterday was actually our 10-year anniversary, and obviously, Ken and Todd, huge parts of the show. Megan and Stephanie, Kyle, huge parts of the show. But I have to say, without Ryan, none of this would have gotten off the ground. None of this would have worked. And I just want to say thank you very much for 10 years of this. And I couldn't be more grateful.
Oh, thank you. I'm not emotionally capable of dealing with it.
What's that? What'd you say? Yeah. No, it's I think it's in my mind it's always been if I'm the force driving the show, he's the heart of it, right? You're the heart of the show. You're the thing that has always created the soul of the show. So I've always really appreciated that. Okay. Anyway,
I don't know how to deal with that.
That being said, all right. So I wanted to make sure I got that out. I have no idea what the Legendarium is going to look like in 10 years, but hopefully it looks like something.
A lot of crow's feet.
Lots of white hair.
But for now, 10 years has been absolutely amazing. Thank you all for making this happen. And anybody else have anything to add before we call it quits for the first 10 years of the show? No.
I was like, I think it should be you.
Of all the people on the show to be earnest, it was me. It wasn't Todd.
You did such a good job. We don't want to step on it at all. Like, what are we supposed to do with
fair
that?
enough.
It's
Not
so
only that, I
nice
don't
and
want to
kind.
jinx it because every time we try and come in with something, he turns around and he's like, "No, your opinion doesn't matter." Okay, let's move on.
The best thing about 10 years on the Legendarium is that, sorry, I'm getting a little choked up, is seeing just how old Todd can get.
And how choked up I can become.
There it is. That's the real one, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll call it there. Chesky, shut us down. Goodbye, live stream people. See you next time.